There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Seekers of the stage,
denizens of the dramatic,
refugees from reality,
creatures of all heights, hues, and humors.
welcome to What Streams May Come, presented by Chaotic Tiefling Productions.
Tonight I am joined by the magically macabre and majestically mystifying Lady of Shadows, Jessica Skellington.
And I'm excited to join alongside, in person no less, the boisterous Bacchanalian Baron of Banter, Finnegan Archer, the Bloodhaven Bard.
And tonight we are also joined by our wonderful on-screen oracle, Babs the Bat.
Oh, hey, it's me.
Yeah. Tonight, we will be bringing you a Shakespeare play performed by thespians driven out of the stage light by the perils of our present pandemic, leaving us without a place to perform the craft.
And as we have done in the past, Finn and I have chosen one of Shakespeare's plays and made an open call to performers.
Tonight, what is unique about these readings, aside from choosing the show, is that casting is completely random. Through the magic of spreadsheet randomizers, every actor has an equal chance of being paired with any role, regardless of age, gender, or any other considerations.
As you will see, this often makes for a hilarious interpretation of the characters, or may provide a new spin on what you may have seen done in live theater.
Tonight's performance will be Henry V. To bring you this story, we welcome to the stream a talented troupe of troubadours. Players, as we call out tonight's cast, please introduce yourself and say hello to our lovely audience. Tonight, bringing us Henry himself, we have...
Hello, everyone. I am Ellie Collins.
Yeah! Tonight playing... You know what? Let's just get ready for a lot of things to get butchered tonight. Henry V has a lot of French in it and a lot of French names. So mispronunciations are completely accidental, and we are very sorry. Playing Flulin.
That sounded more German.
Exactly. I knew it.
I was going to say, hello, I'm random bystander here.
Welcome back, Random. Playing Pistol, we have...
I'm Megan. Hello.
Welcome back, Megan. Playing the Archbishop of Canterbury and Williams.
Hi, I'm Joseph.
Hey, Joseph. Playing the Constable of France.
Bonsoir, mes amis et démons. 'Tis I, ye old dragon.
Welcome back again, Dragon. Tonight playing Catherine, we have...
Bonjour.
Oh, hello, April. Gracing us with their interpretation of Dauphine, we have...
Hello, hello. I am Mama Strange.
Always a pleasure. Playing many roles because we have several of our performers doubling, tripling, quadrupling, quintupling roles. Playing the Ambassador, the Messenger, Alice, Court, York, and Warwick.
And we have a goblin. And Ruben is muted.
The first mute has happened.
I unmuted it and then I muted it again.
So proud.
I double clicked it. That's me. I'm Grindleshins. I'm struggling tonight.
It's
Well,
all good.
welcome back, Grindelshins. Next, playing Orleans.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ruth.
Hey, Ruth! Already on screen. Just hadn't gotten to you yet. Welcome back. Playing Gower.
Oh,
Another
still
mute.
muted. Oh, second one.
Multi-mute.
Double muted. This is shenanigans. Celine.
Is it
Hi.
me? Welcome back, Celine. Playing the Bishop of Ely, Cambridge, and Bates.
Hi, I'm Melodic Blue, and I'm not muted, and I totally read it as Eli this whole time.
You could be right. I could be right. We don't know. If anyone knows how to pronounce the Bishop of Ely, somebody give me a heads up. Help a brother out.
I'm going with Eli.
There you go. You could be the Archbishop of Ely. That works for me. You got your own book and everything. Next, we have Exeter.
Traveler Farlander, well met.
Well met indeed, Trav. Next, playing Montjoy and the French soldier.
Bonsoir, tout le monde. Je suis Mantel Ferox.
Could she get any hotter?
I mean,
Could they get any hotter?
they
Seriously.
just blew it
Seriously.
the roof right off of it on that one.
I am in love
Merci
with you,
beaucoup, mes
Randall.
amis.
Like,
So good, so good.
Je t'aime aussi, mes amis.
Yeah,
Okay.
don't do it to this one. Playing roles of Quickly, Gray, and Erpingham.
Hi, I'm John Rabin.
Lovely, glad to see you back, John.
It's always good to be back.
Playing Nim tonight, we are joined by.
Hey everyone, I'm Lorraine.
Oh, just casually, hey, and I'm gonna take a swig of this over here.
Getting crunk.
That is Lorai's already pre-gaming.
I will not be drinking this entire bottle, I promise thee.
Amazing.
oh.
All right. With more royals playing the King of France tonight, we have.
Oh, wait, that's me.
Oh! Surprise, Babs.
I didn't wear this tiara for nothing.
I know.
It's a fabulous
Well,
tiara.
you kind of don't need an excuse to wear a tiara. I've seen you just do it.
That's fair.
Anyways, King of France, Babs the Bat. Next, playing Scroop, Gloucester, and Burgundy.
What is up, everybody? I'm Bob Bobbin.
Welcome back, Bobbity Bob Bob. Wait. Never mind.
I can't.
You know what I'm about.
I know.
Bardolph will be played tonight by.
It is I, the artist formerly known as Origami Shuriken.
And now known as.
Shelltails, aka Alyssa.
Yay! Thank you for joining us again. Where was I? Oh, yes. Tonight playing. Boy.
That's me, Casey Williams,
It
the
is.
adjunct GM, and I'll be playing Boy tonight.
Oh, yay! Thank you, Casey. I'm looking forward to that. Playing Bedford, Jamie, and Bourbon.
Finn's favorite drink.
Exactly.
That would be me, the Gnat.
Hey, the Gnat. Premiering for the first time on What Streams May Come this evening. Then we have here we go. Rambur, and Queen Isabel.
Hi, it's Sarah. I've been panicking because I didn't know I was married to Babs.
Heyo! Why is that a reason for panic, Sarah? Do you know something?
Because I'm gay, Babs.
Oh.
Wait. Hold on. I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you're married to Babs and you're my mom, does that make Babs my daddy?
Yes.
And mine.
This show just took a left turn.
Okay, I was not expecting.
Happy Pride, everybody.
Already.
We didn't even get to Act 1, and we already took a left turn into this.
I haven't done my disclaimer yet, y'all.
I know, right?
And Lupine called us out for the gay panic already.
There we go.
Oh, here we go.
We-
That's my brand. That's just my brand. It's gay panic.
Gay Panic makes an appearance at least once every show we do, so
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's this or
At-
anything
it's
else.
gonna-
At this
it's
point,
gonna happen.
it's part of the chaos of Chaotic Tiefling.
and we love it. We love to see it.
We
Not
really
hating
do.
it at all.
Surprise Pride Month!
Hey!
Hey! Gay panic.
All right. Next we have. Speaking of, I'm loving your eye makeup tonight.
Oh, thank you. It's
Look-
my bi pride makeup.
Look who is proudly sporting their identity tonight. Our own very lovely Bi Jess. I just loved how I love your Twitter post when you're like, "Hi, I'm Jess and I'm bi." I was like, "Oh, we're rhyming it now."
Yes, we are.
I love it. We love to see it. Wait, where were we? Westmoreland is going to be played by.
It's your friendly neighborhood Gleam Demon back from lands beyond in the Great Desert.
Well, we are glad you survived your planeswalking, and always happy to see you again on the stream. Playing the roles of McMorris, Affleur, Grand Prix, Salisbury. There we go. I should have known that one. I overthought it. And Harold, we have.
Hello, it's Lydia.
Hey, Lydia.
And playing the chorus tonight.
Oh, that's us!
Hi!
Jess and I will be taking the roles of the chorus because Billy decided in this play the audience needed a prologue with every act for some reason. So we will provide the prologue for you this evening.
Yes. Sorry, ADHD is a thing. And as always, the best part of our show is you, our dear audience. Please let us know how you're liking it in the chat and share those comments that you would normally get shushed for in live theater. Our performers may even join in the dialogue, along with Finn, Babs, and myself. We do humbly ask that you keep it respectful, but please feel free to make jokes, talk about the characters or plot, compliment our actors, and maybe get a little bit bawdy.
I mean, this is Billy Shakes we're talking about, and we'd be doing him a disservice if we shied away from the puns, quips, and innuendos. However, we do have moderators watching the chat, so please be kind to one another and to the actors on your screen.
And with that said, we invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Without further ado, let us to places for the prologue of Act 1 of Henry V.
Oh, for a muse of fire that would ascend the brightest heaven of invention. A kingdom for a stage, princes to act, and monarchs to behold the swelling scene. Then should the warlike Harry, like himself, assume the port of Mars, and at his heels, leashed in like hounds, should famine, sword, and fire couch for employment. But pardon, gentles, all, the flat unraised spirits that hath dared on this unworthy scaffold to bring forth so great an object. Can this cockpit hold the vasty fields of France? Or shall we cram within this wooden, the very casks that did affright the heir of Agincourt? Oh, pardon, since a crooked figure may attest in little place a million, and let us, ciphers to this great account, on your imaginary forces work. Suppose within the girdle of these walls are now confined two mighty monarchies, whose high, upreared, and abutting fronts the perilous narrow ocean parts asunder. Piece out our imperfections with your thoughts, into 1,000 parts divide one man, and make imaginary puissance. Think when we talk of horses that you see them, printing on their proud hoofs in the receiving earth. For 'tis your thoughts that now must deck our kings, carry them here and there, jumping o'er times, turning the accomplishment of many years into an hourglass. For the which supply, admit me chorus to this history, who prologue like your humble patience pray, gentle to hear, kindly to judge our play. And with that, we are to Act 1, Scene 1.
My lord, I tell you that self-bill is urged, which in the 11th year of the last king's reign was like, and had indeed against us passed, but that this gambling and unquiet time did push it out of farther question.
But how, my lord, shall we resist it now?
It must be thought on. If it pass against us, we lose the better half of our possession for all the temporal lands which men devout by testament have given to the church. Would they strip from us, valued thus, as much as would maintain to the king's honor full 15 earls and 1,500 knights, 6,200 good esquires, and to relief of lasers and weak age of indigent faint souls past corporal toil, 100 almshouses right well supplied, and to the coffers of the king besides 1,000 pounds by the year. Thus runs the bill.
This would drink deep.
Would drink the cup and all.
But what prevention?
The king is full of grace and fair regard.
And a true lover of the Holy Church.
The courses of his youth promised it not. The breath no sooner left his father's body, but that his wildness, mortified in him, seemed to die too. Yea, at that very moment, consideration like an angel came and ripped the offending atom out of him, leaving his body as a paradise to envelop and contain celestial spirits. Never was such a sudden scholar made. Never came reformation in a flood with such a heady current scouring faults. Nor never hydra-headed willfulness so soon did lose his seat. And all at once, as in this king.
We are blessed in the change.
Hear him but reason and divinity, and all admiring with an inward wish, you would desire the king were made a prelate. Hear him debate of commonwealth affairs, you would say it hath been all in all his study. List his discourse of war, and you shall hear a fearful battle rendered you in music. Turn him to any cause of policy, the Gordian knot of it he will unloose, familiar as his garter, that when he speaks, the air, a chartered libertine, is still, and the mute wonder looketh in men's ears to steal his sweet and honeyed sentences, so that the art and practic part of life must be the mistress to this Theric, which is a wonder how his grace should glean it, since his addiction was to courses vain, his companies unlettered, rude, and shallow, his hours filled up with riots, banquets, sports, and never noted in him any study, any retirement, any sequestration from our open hearts and popularity.
The strawberry grows underneath the nettle, and wholesome berries thrive and ripen best, neighbored by fruit of baser quality. And so the prince obscured his contemplation under the veil of wildness, which, no doubt, grew like the summer grass fasted by night, unseen, yet crescive in his faculty.
It must be so, for miracles have ceased, and therefore we must needs admit the means how things are perfected.
But, my good lord, how now for mitigation of this bill urged by the commons? Doth his majesty incline to it, or no?
He seems indifferent, or rather swaying more upon our part than cherishing the exhibitors against us. For I have made an offer to his majesty upon our spiritual convocation in regard of causes now in hand, which I have opened to his grace at large, as touching France, to give a greater sum than ever at one time the clergy yet did to his predecessors art withal.
How did this offer seem received, my lord?
Oh, with good acceptance of his majesty, save that there was not time enough to hear, as I perceived his grace would fain have done the severals and unhidden passages of his true titles to some certain dukedoms, and generally to the crown and seat of France, derived from Edward, his great-grandfather.
What was the impediment that broke this off?
The French ambassador upon that instant craved audience, and the hour, I think, is come to give him hearing. Is it 4 o'clock?
It is.
Oh, then go we in to know his embassy, which I could with a ready guess declare, before the Frenchmen speak a word of it.
I'll wait upon you, and I long to hear it.
All right, and we are on to Act 1, Scene 2.
Where is my gracious Lord of Canterbury?
Not here in presence.
Send for him, good uncle.
Shall we call in the ambassador, my liege?
Not yet, my cousin. We would be resolved before we hear him out of some things of weight that are task thoughts concerning us in France.
God and his angels guard your sacred throne and make you long become it.
Sure, we thank you. My learned lord, we pray you to proceed and justly and religiously unfold Why the law Salic that they have in France, or should not bar us in our claim, and God forbid, my dear and faithful lord, that you should fashion rest or bow your reading, or nicely change your understanding soul with opening titles miscreate, whose right suits not in native colours with the truth, for God doth know how many now in health shall drop their blood in appropriation of what your reverence shall incite us to. Therefore, take heed how you impugn our person, how you awake our sleeping sword of war. We charge you in the name of God, take heed. For never two such kingdoms did contend without much fall of blood, whose guiltless drops are every one a woe, a sore complaint against him whose wrong gives edge unto the swords that make such waste in brief morality. Under this conjuration, speak, my lord, for now we hear, note, and believe in heart that what you speak is in your conscience washed as pure as sin with baptism.
Then hear me, gracious sovereign, and you peers that owe yourselves your lives and services to this imperial throne. There is no bar to make against your highness' claim to France but this, which they produce from Pharamond. In Telon Selican Milius ne Succadant, no woman shall succeed in Salicland. Which Salicland the French unjustly glows to be the ram of France, and Pharamond, the founder of this lawless female bar. Yet their own authors faithfully affirm that the land Salic is in Germany, between the floods of Salah and of Elbe, where Charles the Great, having subdued the Saxons, there left behind and settled certain French, who, holding in disdain the German women for some dishonest manner of their life, established them this law, to wit, no female should be inheritrix in Salic land, which Salic, as I said, twixt Elbe and Salah, is at this day in Germany called a Meissen. Then doth it well appear the Salic law was not devised for the realm of France, nor did the French possess the Salic land until 421 years after defunction of King Pharamond, idly supposed the founder of this law, who died within the year of our redemption, 426, and Charles the Great subdued the Saxons and did seat the French beyond the river Salah in the year 805. Besides, their writers say King Pepin, which depossessed Childeric, did as heir general, being descended of Blithild, which was daughter to King Clothar, may claim and title to the crown of France. Hugh Capet also, who usurped the crown of Charles the Duke of Lorraine, sole heir male of the true line and stock of Charles the Great, to find his title with some shows of truth, though in pure truth it was corrupt and not, conveyed himself as the heir to the Lady Lingier, daughter to Charlemagne, who was the son to Louis the Emperor, and Louis the son of Charles the Great, also King Louis X, who was sole heir to the usurper Capet, could not keep quiet in his conscience, wearing the crown of France till satisfied that fair Queen Isabel, his grandmother, was lineal the Lady Ermengarde, daughter to Charles the First, Duke of Lorraine, by the which marriage the line of Charles the Great was reunited to crown of France. So that, as clear as in the summer's sun, King Pepin's title and Hugh Capet's claim, King Louis his satisfaction, all appear to hold in right and title of the female. So do the kings of France, and to this day, howbeit they would hold up the Salic law to bar your highness, claiming from the female, and rather choose to hide them in a net than amply to embar their crooked titles, usurp from you and your progenitors.
May I with right and conscience make this claim?
The sin upon my head doth dread sovereign, for in the book of Numbers is it writ, when the man dies, let the inheritance descend unto the daughter. Gracious Lord, stand for your own, unwind your bloody flag, look back into your mighty ancestors. Go, my dread lord, to your great-grandsire's tomb, from whom you claim, invoke his warlike spirit and your great-uncle's, Edward the Black Prince, who on the French ground played a tragedy, making defeat on the full power of France, whilst his most mighty father on a hill stood smiling to behold his lions whelp, forage and blood of French nobility. O noble English, that could entertain with half their forces the full pride of France, and let another half stand laughing by, all out of work and cold for action.
Awake remembrance of these valiant dead, and with your puissant arm renew their feats. You are their heir, you sit upon their throne. The blood and courage that renowned them runs in your veins, and my thrice puissant liege is in the very May-morn of his youth, ripe for exploits and mighty enterprises.
Your brother kings and monarchs of the earth do all expect that you should rouse yourself, as did the former lions of your blood.
They know your grace hath cause and means and might, so hath your highness. Never king of England had nobles richer and more loyal subjects, whose hearts have left their bodies here in England, and lie pavilioned in the fields of France.
Oh, let the bodies follow, my dear liege, with blood and sword and fire to win your right, in aid whereof we of the spirituality will raise your highness such a mighty sum as never did the clergy of one time bring into any of your ancestors.
We must not only arm to invade the French, but lie down our proportions to defend against the Scot, who will make road upon us with all advantages.
They of those marches, gracious sovereign, shall be a wall sufficient to defend our inland from their pilfering borderers.
We do not mean the coursing snatchers only, but fear the main intendment of the Scot, who hath been still a giddy neighbour to us. For you shall read that my great-grandfather never went with his forces into France, but that the Scot on his unfurnished kingdom came pouring in like the tide into a breach with ample and brim fullness of his force, galling the gleaned land with hot assays, girding with grievous siege castles and towns, that England, being empty of defence, hath shook and trembled at the ill neighbourhood.
She hath been then more feared than harmed, my liege, for her but exampled by herself, when all her chivalry hath been in France, and she a mourning widow of her nobles. She hath herself not only well defended, but taken and impounded as a stray the King of Scots, whom she did send to France to fill King Edward's fame with prisoner kings, and make her chronicles rich with praise, as in the is the ooze and bottom of the sea, with sunken whack and sumless treasuries.
But there's a saying very old and true. If that you will France win, then with Scotland first begin. For once the eagle England being in prey, to her unguarded nest the weasel Scot comes sneaking, and so sucks her princely eggs, plaguing the mouse in absence of the cat, to tame and havoc more than she can eat.
It follows, then, the cat must stay at home, yet that is but a crushed necessity, since we have locks to safeguard necessaries and pretty traps to catch the petty thieves. While that the armed hand doth fight abroad, the advised head defends itself at home. For government, though high and low and lower, put into parts, doth keep in one consent, congreeing in a full and natural close, like music.
Therefore cloth heaven divide the state of man in diverse functions, setting endeavor in continual motion, to which is fixed as an aim or but obedience. For so work the honeybees, creatures that by rule in nature teach the act of order to a peopled kingdom. They have a king and officers of sorts, where some like magistrates correct at home, others like merchants venture trade abroad, others like soldiers armed in their stings make boot upon the summer's velvet buds, with which pillage they with merry march bring home to the tent royal of their emperor, who, busied in his majesty, surveys the singing masons building roofs of gold, the civil citizens kneading up the honey, the poor mechanic porters crowding in their heavy burdens at his narrow gate, the sad-eyed justice with his surly hum, delivering o'er to executors pale the lazy yawning drum. I this infer that many things have full reverence to one consent may work contrariously. As many arrows lucid several ways come to one mark, as many ways meet in one town, as many fresh streams meet in one salt sea, as many lines close in the dial center, so may 1,000 actions once afoot, each in one purpose, and be all well borne without defeat. Therefore, to France, my liege, divide your happy England into 4, whereof take you 1 quarter into France, and you withal shall make all Gallia shake. If we, which with thrice such powers left at home, cannot defend our own doors from the dog, let us be worried, and our nation lose the name of hardiness and policy.
Call in the messenger sent from the Dauphin. Now are we well resolved, and by God's help and yours, the noble sinews of our power, France being ours, will bend it to our all, or break it all to pieces. Or there will sit, ruling in large and ample empery, or France and all her almost kingly dukedoms, or lay these bones in an unworthy urn, tombless, and with no remembrance over them. Either our history shall with full mouth speak freely of our acts, or else our grave, like Turkish mute, shall have a tongueless mouth, not worshipped with a waxen epitaph. Now, are we well prepared to know the pleasure of our fair cousin Dauphin? For we hear your greeting is from him, not from the king.
May it please your majesty to give us leave freely to render what we have in charge, or shall we sparingly show far off the Dauphin's meaning and our embassy?
We are no tyrant, but a Christian king, unto whose grace our passion is a subject, as is our wretches fettered in our prisons. Therefore, with frank and uncurbed plainness, tell us the Dauphin's mind.
Thus then, in few, your highness, lately sending into France, did claim some certain dukedoms in the right of your great predecessor, King Edward III, in answer of which claim, the prince, our master, says that you savor too much of your youth, and bids you be advised there's naught in France that can be with a nimble galliard one. You cannot revel into dukedoms there. He therefore sends you, meter for your spirit, this ton of treasure, and in lieu of this, desires you to let the dukedoms that you claim hear no more of you. This the Dauphin speaks.
What treasure, uncle?
Tennis balls, my liege.
We are glad the Dauphin is so pleasant with us. His presence and your pains we thank you for. When we have matched our rackets to these balls, we will, in France, by God's grace, play a set shall strike his father's crown into the hazard. Tell him he hath made a match with such a wrangler that all the courts of France will be disturbed with chases. And we understand him well, how he comes o'er us with our wilder days, not measuring what use we made of them. We never valued this poor seat of England, and therefore, living hence, did not give ourself to barbarous license as 'tis ever common, that men are merriest when they are from home. But tell the Dauphin I will keep my state, be like a king, and show my sail of greatness, when I do rouse me in the throne of France, for that I have laid by my majesty, and plodded like a man for my working days. But I will rise there with so full a glory that I will dazzle all the eyes of France. Yea, strike the Dauphin blind to look on us, and tell the pleasant prince, this mock of his hath turned his bulls to gunstones, and his soul shall stand score charged for the wasteful vengeance that I shall fly with them. For many 1,000 windows shall this mock, his mock, out of their dear husbands, mock mothers from their sons, mock castles down, and some are yet ungotten and unborn, that shall have cause to curse the Dauphin's scorn. But this lies all within the will of God, to whom I do appeal, and in whose name tell you the Dauphin I am coming on, to avenge me as I may, and to put forth my rightful hand in a well-hallowed cause. So get you hence in peace, and tell the Dauphin his jest will savour but a shallow wit, when thousands weep more than did laugh at it. Convey them with safe conduct. Fare you well.
This was a merry message.
We hope to make the slender blush at it. Therefore, my lords, omit no happy hour that may give furtherance to our expedition, for we have now no thought in us but France, save those to God that run before our business. Therefore, let our proportions for these wars be soon collected, and all things thought upon that may with reasonable swiftness add more feathers to our wings. For, God before, we'll chide this Dauphin at his father's door. Therefore, let every man now task his thought, that this fair action may on foot be brought.
Unmute. Are we unmuted?
Oh my gods. Because, like, Ellie the Fifth, I needed this in my life.
Yes. Ooh.
And especially
Where did Grendel go?
As she just turns around and, like, you go tell the Dauphin he got a pair of lead shot on him to be making this kind of claim.
Oh my god.
You're good.
And the fact that the ambassador is like, did this really just say what we thought?
I couldn't take off my actual earrings during. I couldn't actually take them off as I said. Well, this is what the Dauphin said. Because I had to be scrolling at the same time, but I wanted to take them off because she was picking a fight.
Half expecting a from you.
Missed it because I was too busy being horny in chat with everyone else.
Lily, you need to tone it down a little, or we need to skip to the end where we get married, because I
Chat is thirsty tonight. I'm just saying.
Yes, they are.
Okay, I'm Ace, and I'm getting the vapors here, okay?
That's not far outside the norm.
I like how you say chat as if we're not those people in the
I
chat.
mean, we're totally a part of chat. I'm just saying, like, yeah, no, there's a whole lot of thirst, and it's totally deserved.
It's the people that are watching along as we're doing this, and they're not helping.
A thirsty chat is just a part of what streams may come. Welcome to the show, everyone.
Yes, but we don't have a forsooth in this whole play, so we can't drink.
I'm just
Not
now
just the
seeing what
streams
the
that are
chat's been
coming.
saying, and y'all are gonna make me cry.
We don't
Just
have
'cause
to wait for
forsooth isn't
forsooth
here.
to
I just there's one that I think needs to be said out loud, and it's my favorite so far, and it's "Step on Me, My Liege."
I knew you were going to say that.
Step on me, my liege.
Also, you're welcome, Finn.
Please.
You gotta say very suggestive. Step on me,
I
my
will.
liege.
All right, I will submit that for a shirt.
I will take full responsibility. I apologize. I feel like I set
No,
a
it's
tone
fine.
there.
No.
It may be the alcohol, but I may also just be thirsty in other ways.
There we go.
Would it be
Step
better if
on
I
me,
called
Daddy.
the ambassador a filthy man thing?
Yes, yes, it would. Please do that. Can we redo that scene? Yes.
Oh my god.
No wonder you are thirsty.
And,
After all,
Yeah, I just
alcohol
wanna
just
say-
dehydrates you.
Resident Ellie.
Just said
So-
for all of us to hydrate because we are thirsty AF.
Yeah.
Thirsty bunch.
Yeah, I was about to say, did someone dry the well, or?
Happy Pride, everyone.
And dried it well.
Oh, and the clerics in this first act, like, we just have a couple of preachers that are just like, you know, it'd be really nice if the king did some warring real quick. Because if the king went to war all of a sudden, we might be home with no king to tell us what to do. You know who rules the country when the king's gone. Damn bishops.
Archbishop. Yeah.
Bishop.
The constant struggle between the church and the crown that doesn't get resolved until Henry's like, you know what? I'll grab myself a divorce.
That's a different Henry. We're about
Yes,
we're
it's
like
a
three
little bit
Henrys
further
away
down the
from-
line.
We're getting there.
We're getting to that Henry.
I'm gonna need about 3 more
We're
Henrys.
getting there.
But yes, I'm loving just the wackadoo priests and the stay out of my way king that we have tonight. Oh man, it's again more than we could have asked for, more than we deserve, and
it's only Act 2.
for reals.
All right.
So,
Speaking of Act 2.
Turned his balls to gunstones, anyone?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He just got a nice pair of lead shot. Coming up asking those kind of questions.
Just need a shirt that
He
says
does very
Gunstones right here.
nice fuzzy tennis balls.
What treasure did they send? Bunch of tennis balls, my lord.
Well, they are French.
I can't believe he didn't appreciate my gift.
Okay, but we must run on. The play must go on. So let us head forth into the prologue of Act 2.
Now all the youth of England are on fire.
Yeah, they are.
Then no! And silken dalliance in the wardrobe lies. Now thrive the armorers and honest thought, reigns solely in the breast of every man. They sell the pasture now to buy the horse, following the mirror of all Christian kings, with winged heels as English Mercuries. For now sits expectation in the air, and hides a sword from hilts unto the point, with crowns imperial, crowns and coronets promised to Harry and his followers. The French, advised by good intelligence of this most dreadful preparation, shake in their fear with the pale policy, seek to divert the English purposes. O England, model to thy inward greatness, like little body with a mighty heart. What mightst thou do that honor would thee do? Were all thy children kind and natural. But see thy fault, friends, hath thee found out, a nest of hollow bosoms which he fills with treacherous crowns, and 3 corrupted men, one Richard, Earl of Cambridge, and the second Henry, Lord Scroop of Marsham, and the third Sir Thomas Grey Knight of Northumberland. Have for the guilt of France, oh, guilt indeed, confirmed conspiracy with fearful France, and their hands this grace of kings must die. If hell and treason hold their promises, ere he take ship for France and in Southampton, linger your patience on, and will digest the abuse of distance force a play. The sum is paid, the traitors are agreed, the king is set from London, and the scene is now transported, gentles, to Southampton. There is the playhouse now, there must you sit, and thence to France shall we convey you safe and bring you back, charming the narrow seas to give you gentle pass. For, if we may, we'll not offend one's stomach with our play, but till the king come forth, and not till then, unto Southampton do we shift our scene.
Act 2, Scene 1, let's go.
Well met, Corporal Nim.
Tomorrow, Lieutenant Bardolph.
What? Are Ancient Pistol and you friends yet?
For my part, I cannot. I say a little, but when time shall serve, there shall be smiles. But that shall be as it may. I dare not fight, but I will wink and hold out mine iron. It is a simple one, but what though? It will toast cheese, and it will endure cold as another man's sword will, and there's the end.
I will bestow a breakfast to make you friends, and will all 3 be sworn brothers to France. Let it be so, good Corporal Nim.
Faith, that I will live long as I may, that's the certain of it. And when I cannot live any longer, I will do as I may. That is my rest. That is the rendezvous of it.
It is certain, Corporal, that he is married to Nell Quickly, and certainly she did you wrong, for you were troth plight to her.
I cannot tell. Things must be as they may. Men may sleep, and they may have their throats about them at that time. And some say, knives have edges. It must be as it may. Though patience be a tired mare, yet she will plod. There must be conclusions. Well, I cannot tell.
Here comes Ancient Pistol and his wife. Good Corporal, be patient here. How now, mine host Pistol?
Base, I cast thou me, host,
Now by this hand I swear I scorn the term, nor shall my Nell keep lodgers.
No, by my troth, not long, for we cannot lodge and board a dozen or 14 gentlewomen that live honestly. By the prick of their needles, but it will be thought that we keep a bawdy house straight. Oh, holiday, lady. If evening nor you now, we shall see willful adultery and murder committed.
Good lieutenant, good corporal, all for nothing here.
Ish.
Ish for thee, Iceland dog, thou prick-eared cur of Iceland.
Oh, good corporal Nim, show thy valour and put up your sword.
Please shog off. I would have your soulless.
Soulless, egregious dog? Oh, viper out the solace in the most marvelous face, the solace in thy teeth and in thy throat and in thy hateful lungs, yea, in thy maw party, which it's worse, within thy nasty mouth I do retort the solace in thy bowels. For I can take, and the pistol's cock is up, and the flashing fire will follow.
I am not Barbizon, and you cannot conjure me. I have a humor to knock you indifferently well, if you grow foul with me. Pistol, I will scour you with my rapier as I may, in fair terms. If you would walk off, I would prick your guts a little, in good terms, as I may, and that's the humor of it.
O braggart, vile and damned furious wight, the grave doth gape, and doting death is near. Therefore, exhale.
Hear me. Hear what I say. He that strikes the first stroke, I'll run him up to the hilts, as I am a soldier.
An oath of mickle might and fury shall abate. Give me thy fist, thy forefront foot to give me. Thy spirits are most tall.
I will cut thine throat one time or another in fair terms. That's the humor of it.
Cope play a gorge. That is the word. I defy thee again. O hound of freak, thinkst thou my spouse to get? No. To the spittle go, and from the powdering tub of infamy fetch forth the last czar kite of Chrysid's kind. Dull tear sheet she by name, and she is spouse. I have, and I will hold the quodum quigley, and for only she and a caw, there's enough. Go to.
Mine host Pistol, you must come to my master and your hostess. He is very sick and would go to bed. Good Bardolph, put thy face between his sheets and do the office of a warming pan. Faith, he's very ill.
Away, you rogue.
By my troth, he'll yield the crown to pudding of one of these days. The king has killed his heart. Good husband, come home presently.
Come, shall I make you two friends? We must to France together. Why the devil should we keep knives to cut one another's throats?
Let floods or swell and fiends for food, how long?
You'll pay me the 8 shillings I won of you at betting?
Base is the slave that pays.
That now I will have. That's the humor of it.
As manhood shall command, push home.
By this sword, he that makes the first thrust, I'll kill him. By this sword I will.
Sword is an oath, and oaths must have their course.
Corporal Nim, and thou wilt be friends. Be friends, and thou wilt not. Why then be enemies with me too? Prithee, put up.
A noble shalt thou have, and present pay, and liquor likewise I'll give to thee. Oh. And friendship shall combine, and brotherhood I'll live by Nim, and Nim shall live by me. Is this not just? For I shall be sutler unto the comp, and profits will accrue. Give me thy hand.
I shall have my noble.
In cash, and most justly paid.
Well then, that's the humor of it.
As ever you couple women, coming quickly to Sir John. Ah, poor heart, he is so shaped of a burning quotidian tertian that it is most lamentable to behold. Sweet men come to him.
The king hath run bad humors on the night. That's the even of it.
Nim, thou hast spoke right. His heart is fracted and corrubate.
The king is a good king, but it must be as it may. He passes some humors and careers.
Let us condole the night. For lambkins, we live.
Think of how many folks will have swords later on.
And now we go to Act 2, Scene 2.
For God, his grace is bold to trust these traitors.
They shall be apprehended by and by.
How smooth and even they do bear themselves, as if allegiance in their bosom sat, crowned with faith and constant loyalty.
The king hath note of all they intend, by interception which they dream not of.
Nay, but the man that was his bedfellow, whom he hath dulled and cloyed with gracious favours, that he should for a foreign purse so sell his sovereign's life to death and treachery.
Now sits the wind fair, and we will aboard. My lord of Cambridge, and my kind lord of Masham, and you, my gentle knight, give me your thoughts. Think you not that the powers we bear with us will cut their passage through the force of France, doing the execution and the act for which we have in head assembled them?
No doubt, my liege, if each man do his best.
I doubt not that, since we are well persuaded, we carry not a heart with us from hence that grows not in a fair consent with ours, nor leave not one behind that doth not wish success and conquest to attend on us.
Never was monarch better feared and loved than is your majesty. There's not, I think, a subject that sits in heart grief and uneasiness under the sweet shade of your government.
True. Those that were your father's enemies have steeped their goals in honey, and do serve you with heart's creative duty and of zeal.
We therefore have great cause of thankfulness, and shall forget the office of our hand, sooner than quittance of desert and merit, according to the weight and worthiness.
So service shall with steel and sinews toil, and labour shall refresh itself with hope to do your grace incessant services.
We judge no less. Uncle of Exeter, enlarge the man committed yesterday that railed against our person. We consider it was an excess of wine that set him on, and on his more advice we pardon him.
That's mercy, but too much security. Let him be punished, sovereign, lest example breed by his sufferance more of such kind.
Oh, let us yet be merciful.
So may your highness, and yet punish too.
Sir, you show great mercy if you give him life, after the taste of much correction.
Alas, your too much love and care of me are heavy orisons against this poor wretch. If little faults proceeding on distemper shall not be winked at, how shall we stretch our eye when capital crimes, chewed, swallowed, and digested, appear before us? We'll yet enlarge the man, though Cambridge, Scroop, and Grey, in their dear care and tender preservation of our person, would have him punished. And now to our French causes, who are the late commissioners?
I won, my lord. Your highness bade me ask for it today.
So did you mean, my liege?
And I, my royal sovereign.
Then, Richard, Earl of Cambridge, there is yours. There yours, Lord Scroop of Masham. And Sir Knight, Grey of Northumberland, this same is yours. Read them, and know I know your worthiness. My Lord of Westmoreland, and Uncle Exeter, we will aboard tonight. Why, how now, gentlemen? What see you in those papers that you lose so much complexion? Look you, how they change. Their cheeks are paper. Why, what read you there that have so cowarded and chased your blood out of appearance?
I do confess my fault, and do submit me to your highness's mercy.
To which
we all appeal.
The mercy that was quick in us but late by your own counsel is suppressed and killed. You must not dare, for shame, to talk of mercy. For your own reasons turn into your bosoms as dogs upon their masters, worrying you. See you, my princes and noble peers, these English monsters. My lord of Cambridge here, you know how apt our love was to accord and to furnish him with all our appointments, belonging to his honour, and this man hath, for a few light crowns, lightly conspired and sworn unto the practices of France to kill us here in Hampton, to the which this knight, no less for bounty bound to us than Cambridge is, hath likewise scorn. But oh, what shall I say to thee, Lord Scroop, thou cruel, ingrateful, savage, and inhuman creature? Thou that didst bear the key of all my counsels, that knewest the very bottom of my soul, that almost mightest have coined me into gold. Wouldst thou have practised on me for thy use? May it be possible that foreign hire could out of thee extract one spark of evil that might annoy my finger? 'Tis so strange that though the truth of it stands off as gross as black and white, my eye will scarcely see it. Treason and murder ever kept together as two yoked devils sworn to each other's purpose, working so grossly in a natural cause that admiration did not whoop at them. But thou, 'gainst all proportion, didst bring in wonder to wait on treason and on murder, and whatsoever cunning feed it was that wrought upon thee so preposterously hath got the voice in hell for excellence. All other devils that suggest by treasons do botch and bungle up damnation, with patches and colours, and with forms being fetched from glistening semblances of piety. But he that tempered thee blade thee stand up, gave thee no instance why thou shouldst do treason, unless to dub thee with the name of traitor. If that same demon that hath gulled thee thus should with his lion gait walk the world, whole world, he might return to Vassy Tartarback, and tell the legions, I can never win a soul so easy as that Englishman's. Oh, how hast thou with jealousy infected the sweetness of affiance? Show men dutiful? Why, so didst thou. Seem they grave and learned? Why, so didst thou. Come they of noble family? Why, so didst thou. Seem they religious? Why, so didst thou. Or are they spare in diet, free from gross passion, or of mirth or anger, constant in spirit, not swerving with the blood, garnished and decked in modest compliment, not working with the eye without the ear, and but in perjured judgment trusting neither? Such and so finely bolted didst thou seem, and thus thy fall hath left a kind of blot to mark the full-fraught man and best endued with some suspicion. I will weep for thee, for this revolt of thine, methinks, is like another fall of man. Their faults are open. Arrest them to the answer of the law, and God acquit them of their practices.
I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Richard, Earl of Cambridge. I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Henry, Lord Scroop of Mashan. I arrest thee of high treason by the name of Thomas Grey, Knight of Northumberland.
Our purposes God justly hath discovered, and I repent my fault more than my death, which I beseech your highness to forgive, although my body pay the price of it.
For me, the gold of France did not seduce, although I did admit it as a motive, the sooner to effect what I intended. But God be thanked for prevention, which I in sufferance heartily will rejoice, beseeching God and you to pardon me.
Never did faithful subject more rejoice at the discovery of most dangerous treason than I do at this hour joy o'er myself, prevented from a damned enterprise. My fault, but not my body, pardon, sovereign.
God quit you in his mercy. Hear your sentence. You have conspired against our royal person, joined with an enemy proclaimed, and from his coffers received the golden earnest of our death, wherein you would have sold your king to slaughter, his princes and his peers to servitude, his subjects to oppression and contempt, and his whole kingdom into desolation. Touching our person, seek we no revenge, but we, our kingdom's safety, must so tender, whose ruin you have sought, that to her laws we do deliver you. Get you therefore hence, poor miserable wretches, to your death. The taste whereof God of his mercy give you patience to endure, and true repentance of all your dear offences. Bear them hence. Now, lords, for France, the enterprise whereof shall be to you as us like glorious, we doubt not of a fair and lucky war. Since God so graciously hath brought to light this dangerous treason lurking in our way to hinder our beginnings, we doubt not now, but every rub is smoothed on our way. Then forth, dear countrymen, let us deliver our poisson into the hand of God, putting it straight into expedition, cheerily to sea. The signs of war advance. No king of England, if not king of France.
Scene 3. No thoughts. Just scene 3 happens.
Prithee, honey, sweet husband, let me bring thee to Staines.
No, for my manly heart doth earn. Bardolph, be blithe. Nym, rouse thy vaunting veins. Boy, bristle up thy courage. For Falstaff, he is dead, and we must earn therefore.
Bardolph, dearest, you are.
Would I were with him. Wheresoe'er he is, either in heaven or in hell.
No, he's sure he's not in hell. He's in Arthur's bosom. If any man went to Arthur's bosom, he made it fine end and went away in any accustomed child. He parted even just between 12 and 1, even turning all the time. For after a song football with the sheets and play with flowers and smile upon fingers' end, I knew there was but one way, for his nose was as sharp as his pen, and he told of green fields. How now, Sir John, quoth I, what may be a good cheer? So he cried out, God, 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 3 or 4 times. Now I, to comfort him, bid he should not think of God. I hope that there will be no need of trouble between himself and any such thoughts yet. So he bade me lay more clothes on his feet. I put my hand into the bed, and I felt them, and they were as cold as any stone. Then I felt to his knees, and so upward, and so upward, and all was as cold as any stone.
They say he cried out of sack.
Aye, that he did.
And of women.
Nay, that he did not.
Yes, that he did, and said they were devils incarnate.
I could never abide carnation. 'Twas a colour he never liked.
He said once the devil would have him about women.
He did in some sort indeed. Handle women, but then he was Ramidic and talked about the whole Babylon.
Do you not remember? He saw a flea stick upon Bardolph's nose and said it was a black soul burning in hell?
Well, the fuel's gone that maintained that fire. That's all the riches I got in his service.
Shall we, Shog? The king will be gone from Southampton.
Come, let's. Love, give me thy lips. Look to my chattels and to my movables. Let senses rule. The word is pitch and pay. Trust none, for oaths are straws, men's faith are wafer cakes. And hold fast is the only dog, my duck. Therefore, cave to be thy counselor. Go, clear thy crystals. Yoke fellows in arms, led us to France like horse leeches, my boys, to suck, the very blood to suck.
And that's but unwholesome food, they say.
Touch her soft mouth and march.
Farewell, hostess. Mwah.
I cannot kiss. That's the humor of it. But adieu.
Let housewifery appear. Keep close, I thee command.
Well, adieu.
Thus comes the English with full power upon us, and more than carefully it us concerns to answer royally in our defences. Therefore the Dukes of Berry and Brittany, of Brabant and of Orleans, shall make forth, and you, Prince Dauphine, with all swift dispatch, to line and new repair our towns of war, with men of courage and with means defendant. For England his approaches makes us fierce, as waters of the sucking of a gulf. It fits us then to be as provident as fear may teach us out of late examples left by the fatal and neglected English upon our fields.
Diffuse this sick and feeble parts of France, and let us do it with no show of fear. No, whiz no more than if we heard that England were busied with a Whitsun Morris dance. For my good liege, she is so ably kinged, her sceptre so fantastically borne by a vain, giddy, shallow, humorous youth, that fear attends her not. My most redoubted father, it is most meet we arm us against the foe, for peace itself should not so dull a kingdom. The war nor no known quarrel were in question, but that defences, musters, preparation should be maintained, assembled, collected, as were a war in expectation. Therefore I say, 'tis meet we all go forth.
Oh, peace, Prince Dauphine. You are too much mistaken in this king. Question your grace the late ambassadors with what great state he heard their embassy. How well supplied with noble counselors, how modest an exception, and withal how terrible in constant resolution. And you shall find his vanities forspent, where but the outside of the Roman Brutus, covering discretion with a coat of folly. As gardeners do, with order hide those roots that shall first spring and be most delicate.
Well, 'tis not so, my lord high constable. But though we think it is so, it is no matter. In cases of defense, 'tis best to weigh the enemy more mighty than he seems. So the proportions of defense are filled, which of a weak or niggardly projection does, like a miser, spoil his coat with scanting a little cloth.
Think we King Henry strong, and princes, look you strongly armed to meet him. The kindred of him hath been fleshed upon us, and he is bred out of that bloody strain that haunted us in our familiar paths. Witness our too much memorable shame, when Cressy battle fatally was struck, and all our princes captivated by the hand of that black name Edward, Black Prince of Wales, whiles that his mountain sire, on mountain standing up in the air, crowned with the golden sun, saw his heroical seed and smiled to see him, mangled the work of nature and deface, the patterns that by God and by French fathers hath 20 years been made. This is the stem of that victorious stock, and let us fear the native mightiness and fate of him.
Ambassadors from Harry, King of England do crave admittance to your majesty.
Well, give them present, audience. Go and bring them. You see, this chase is hotly followed, friends.
Oh, turn Ed and stop pursuit! For coward dogs must spin their mouths when what they seem to threaten runs far before them. Good my sovereign, take up the English short and let them know of what a monarchy you are the head. Self-love, my liege, is not so vile a sin as self-neglecting.
From our brother England.
From him, and thus he greets your majesty. He wills you, in the name of God Almighty, that you divest yourself and lay apart the borrowed glories that, by gift of heaven, by law of nature and of nations, longs to him and to his heirs, namely, the crown and all wide-stretched honours that pertain by custom and the ordinance of times unto the crown of France. That you may know 'tis no sinister nor no awkward claim picked from the wormholes of long-vanished days, nor from the dust of old oblivion raked, he sends you this most memorable line, in every branch truly demonstrative, willing you overlook this pedigree, and when you find him evenly derived from his most famed of famed ancestors, Edward III, he bids you then resign your crown and kingdom, indirectly held from him, the native and true challenger.
Or else what follows?
Bloody constraint. For if you hide the crown even in your hearts, there will he rake for it. Therefore in fierce tempest is he coming, in thunder and in earthquake like a Jove, that if the quiring fail, he will compel, and bids you, in the bowels of the Lord, deliver up the crown, and to take mercy on the poor souls for whom this hungry war opens his vasty jaws. And on your head turning the widow's tears, the orphan's cries, the dead men's blood, the pining maiden's groans, for husbands, fathers, and betrothed lovers that shall be swallowed in this controversy. This is his claim, his threatening and my message, unless the Dauphin be in presence here, to whom expressly I bring greeting too.
For us, we will consider of this further. Tomorrow shall you bear our full intent back to our brother England.
For the Dauphin, I stand here for him. What to him from England?
Scorn and defiance, slight regard, contempt, and anything that may not misbecome the mighty sender doth he prize you at. Thus says my king, and if your father's highness do not, in grant of all demands at large, sweeten the bitter muck you sent his majesty, he'll call you to so hot an answer of it that caves and woomy voltages of France shall chide your trespass and return your mock in second accent of his ordinance.
Say if my father render fair return, it is against my will. For I desire nothing but odds with England. To that end, as matching to his youth and vanity, I did present him with the Paris balls.
You'll make your Paris Louvre shake for it, were it the mistress court of mighty Europe. And be assured you'll find a difference, as we, his subjects, have in wonder found, between the promise of his greener days and these he masters now. Now he weighs time even to the utmost grain, that you shall read in your own losses, if he stay in France.
Tomorrow shall you know our mind at full.
Dispatch us with all speed, lest that our king come here himself to question our delay, for he is footed in this land already.
You shall be soon dispatched with fair conditions, and night is but small breath and little pause to answer matters of this consequence.
Oh my god, Act 2's over.
Flourish!
Oh.
I'm wearing my Scarlet Witch stuff. I have to flourish.
Flourish all the time. All the flourishes. Lots happened.
Yay.
And I realized how hard it is to keep my mouth shut because the mic had to be unmuted for Babs to say her lines, and I was just...
Oh, that was our favorite part to watch.
Yeah, that was
amazing.
know how hard it is to sit here and not laugh at him?
Was incredibly amusing to be able to watch that regardless of the stellar performance.
And are you dating a character from Fraggle Rock?
We're so proud of you, Finn. So very, very proud of you.
But now,
that's all he needed.
The knights, the silly English Kniggets, getting all of the comeuppance of what should I do with some traitors? Hey, bros. If I got traitors in my court, what do I need to do with those guys?
I don't know.
Like total, just throw them out, man. You gotta throw them out. You gotta kill them.
Not Mercy?
Why did your Valley Boy
Wait, whoa.
I have no idea.
I didn't think you were talking about us.
And then all of a sudden, okay.
Whoa, bro. Whoa, bro.
Yeah, whoa, come on.
About that punishment. The Mercy sounds real great right now.
Back that up a little bit.
I'll give
I'm all for, punishing traitors and stuff.
No Mercy? That sounds like a great
mercy.
idea. So about you guys.
In my defense, Your Honor, I didn't think I was gonna get caught.
Mercy, what is this? Undertale? Like, come on.
My attorney has authorized me to not say a dang word at all.
I'm sorry, Gray, but I have the high ground.
Whoa.
Larai, we need representation.
Now you just watch it there.
I thought for a second you said the by ground, and I was like, wait, what?
I've got that too. No.
Yeah, I think we're all on the by ground tonight.
I just need a recording of you saying that you have the background, please.
Yes, please.
I did actually throw back the rest of my drink, so I'm not your lawyer right now. I apologize.
Wait. It's Elva Finnegan. I have the background.
Now that's a t-shirt.
But you have the bylaws.
Look at Alyssa.
And on. Yes. And on that
Choked on M&M's tonight.
And
No,
on
chat
that
has the
note-
background.
I'm going to have to rewatch this just for the chat to see how many shirts people are asking for.
There are a lot of them.
Yeah, you gotta hold
You turned her against me. It doesn't have
Dragon-
to be like that.
Dragon,
We can
I've
do
created a
double
pinned
silhouette.
post. I've created a pinned post in the Discord, and I've been adding shirts to that pinned post. So all you have to do is look in one place for all those shirt ideas.
So smart. So smart.
Forsooth to that.
Melodic, you are prepared for everything.
Forsooth.
Oh,
Forsooth.
Forsooth.
I'm saying if background T-shirts are made, I need one.
I have.
Drink yet. Yeah, I think we all need a background.
I'm out of water.
Sounds more like Forswim.
Oh.
Is it, well, like,
I've received a gift sub. What do I do with it? I don't know how Twitch chat works.
So I think we're at level 5 now, by the way.
Yeah,
Our
the
level
ultimate
We
high.
just started level 5.
Oh, I was. I thought we I got really confused when you said level 5. I'm like D&D.
Yes.
Is level 5?
yes, I just hit level
No,
4.
you're coming back to level 5.
Wednesdays and Sundays, yes.
47%.
My
Alright.
sub just expired
Thank
5
you.
minutes ago.
Thank you for getting us to a level 5 hype train. Everyone that's added to that, we love you. Thank you for supporting us. On to Act 3.
I must be like behind or something. It just hit for me.
There you go. Yeah.
There it goes.
All right. So, for the prologue of Act 3. Thus, with imagined wing, our swift scene flies, in motion of no less celerity, there we go, than that of thought. Suppose that you have seen the well-appointed king at Hampton Pier embark his royalty and his brave fleet with silken streamers, the young Phoebus fanning. Play with your fancies, and in them behold, upon the hempen tackle, ship boys climbing. Hear the shrill whistle, which doth order give to sounds confused. Behold the threatened sails, borne with the invisible and creeping wind, draw the huge bottoms through the furrowed sea, breasting the lofty surge. Oh, do but think! You stand upon the rivage and behold a city on the inconstant billows dancing. For so appears his fleet majestical, holding due course to Harfleur. Follow, follow. Grapple your minds to sternage of this navy, and leave your England, as dead midnight still, guarded with grandsires, babies, and old women, either past or not arrived to pith and puissance. For who is he whose chin is but enriched with one appearing hair that will not follow those culled and choice-drawn cavaliers to France? Work your thoughts, and therein see a siege. Behold the ordnance on their carriages, with fatal mouths gaping on girdled harfleur. Suppose the ambassador from the French comes back, tells Harry, that the king doth offer him Catherine his daughter, and with her, to dowry, some petty and unprofitable dukedoms. The offer likes not, and the nimble gunner, with linstock now the devilish cannon touches. And down goes all before them. Still be kind and eke out your performances with your mind. Do scene 1, please.
Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close up the wall with our English dead. In peace there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility, but when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the actions of a tiger, stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood, disguise fair nature with hard-favored rage, then lend the eye a terrible aspect, let pry through the portage of the head, like the brass cannon let the brow overwhelm it, as fearfully as doth a galled rock, or hang and jutty his confounded base. Swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean, now set the teeth and stretch the nostrils wide. Hold hard the breath and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English, whose blood is fet from fathers of war proof. Fathers that, like so many Alexanders, have in these parts from morn till even fought and sheathed their swords for lack of argument. Dishonor not your mothers. Now attest that those whom you call fathers did beget you. Be copy now to men of grosser blood, and teach them how to war. And you, good yeomen, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the mettle of your pasture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not. For there is none of you so mean and base that hath not noble luster in your eyes. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining at the start. The game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge, cry God for Harry, England, and St. George!
We're gonna go to scene 2, but before we do, I think everyone needs to go to your character sheets. Give yourself 10 temporary HP because, like,
all the inspiration,
all of that just happened. Inspiring leader just hit everyone in earshot. So, like, one of the best speeches ever given in a Shakespeare play by our very majestic Ellie. I'm just gonna scene 2, please.
Except for the people in the next scene.
You say France says boo.
On to the breach! To the breach!
Pray thee, corporal, stay. The knocks are too hot, and for my own part I have not case of the lives. The humor of it is too hot. That's the very plain song of it.
The plain song is most just for humors do abound. Knocks go and come, God's vassals drop and die, and sword and shield and bloody field doth with immortal fame.
Would I were in an alehouse in London, I would give all my fame for a pot of ale and safety.
And I. If wishes would prevail with me, my purpose should not fail with me, but thither would I hie.
As duly, but as not as truly, as bird doth sing on bough.
Up to the breach, you dogs! Avant, you cullions!
Be merciful, great Duke, to men of mould. Abate thy rage, abate thy manly rage. Abate thy rage, great Duke. Good ballcock, abate thy rage. Use lenity, sweet chuck.
These be good humors. Your honor wins bad humors.
Young as I am, I have observed these 3 swashers. I am a boy to them, all 3, but all thy 3, though, they would serve me. Could not be a man for me, for indeed 3 such antics do not amount to a man. For Bardolph, he is a white-livered and red-faced by the means whereof he faces it out, but fights not. For Pistol, he hath a killing tongue and a quiet sword, by the means whereof he breaks words and keeps whole weapons. For Nym, he hath heard that men of few words are the best men, and therefore he skerns his prayers lest he should be thought a coward. But his few bad words are matched with his few good deeds, for he never broke any man's head but his own. And that was against a post when he was drunk. They will steal anything and call it purchase. Bardolph stole a loot case, bore it 12 leagues, and sold it for 3 halfpence. Nym and Bardolph are sworn brothers in filching, and Calais, they stole a fire shovel. I knew by that piece of service the men would carry coals. They would have me as familiar with men's pockets as their gloves on their handkerchiefs, which makes me against my manhood if I should take from another's pocket to put into mine, for it is plain pickpocketing up of wrongs. I must leave them and seek some better service. Their villainy goes against my weak stomach, and therefore I must cast it up.
Captain Llewellyn, you must come presently to the mines. The Duke of Gloucester would like to speak with you.
To the mines? Tell you the Duke it is not so good to come to the mines, for, look you, the mines is not according to the disciplines of the war. The concavities of it is not sufficient for, look you, the adversary, if you may discuss unto the Duke, look you, is dight himself 4 yard under the countermines. By Jesu, I think he will plough up all if there is not better direction.
The Duke of Gloucester, to whom the order of the siege is given, is altogether directed by an Irishman, a very valiant gentleman of faith.
It is Captain MacMorris, is it not?
I think it be.
By Jesu, he is an ass. Ass is in the world. I will verify as much in his beard. He has no more directions in the true disciplines of the wars. Look you of the Roman disciplines, than is a puppy dog.
Here he comes, and the Scots captain, Captain Jammy, with him.
Captain Jammy is a marvelous, valorous gentleman, that is certain, and of great expedition and knowledge in the ancient wars upon my particular knowledge of his directions. By Jesu, he will maintain his argument as well as any military man in the world in the disciplines of the pristine wars of the Romans.
I say good day, Captain Flirl.
Good end to your worship, good Captain James.
How now, Captain MacMorris? Have you quit the mines? Have the pioneers given o'er?
By Christ, till is done. The work is over. The trumpets sound the retreat. By my hand I swear, and my father stole the work ish ill done. It is give over. I would have blowed up the town, so Christ shave me, in an hour. Oh, tish ill done, tish ill done. By my hand, tish ill done.
Captain MacMorris, I beseech you now, will you vouchsafe me look you, a few disputations as partly touching or concerning the disciplines of the war, the Roman wars, in the way of argument, look you, and friendly communication, partly to satisfy my opinion, and partly for the satisfaction, look you, of my mind, as touching the direction of the military discipline, that is the point.
It shall be very good, good faith, good Captain Bath, and I shall quit you with good leave, as I may pick occasion, that shall I marry.
It is no time to discourse, so Christ save me. The day is hot, and the weather, and the wars, and the king, and the dukes. It's no time for discourse. The town is besieged, and the trumpet call us to be breached, and we talk, and be Christ do nothing. 'Tis shame for us all. So God save me, 'tis shame to stand still. It is a shame by my hand. and there is throats to be cut and works to be done, and there is nothing done, so Christ save me, law.
By the mess, ere these eyes of mine take themselves to slumber, I'll do good service, where I lay in the ground for't, I or go to death, and I'll pay it as valorously as I may, that shall I sorely do, that is the breath and the long. Mary, I would full fain heard some question tween you twae.
Captain MacMorris, I think, look you, under your correction, there is not many of your nation.
Of my nation? What is my nation? Is a villain, and a bastard, and a knave, and a rascal? What is my nation? Who talks of my nation?
Look you, if you take the matter otherwise, then it's meant, Captain MacMorris. Pre-adventure, I shall think, you do not use me with that affability as, in discretion, you ought to use me. Look you, being as good a man as yourself, both in the disciplines of war, as in the derivation of my birth, and in other particulars.
I do not know you so good a man as myself, so Christ save me, I will cut off your head.
Gentlemen, both, you will mistake each other.
Ah, that's a foul fault.
The town sounds a parley.
Captain MacMorris, when there is more better opportunity to be required, look you, I will be so bold as to tell you I know the disciplines of war, and there is an end.
Scene 3 time.
Parley.
Parley.
How yet resolves the governor of this town? This is the latest parley we will admit. Therefore, to our best mercy, give yourselves, or like to men proud of destruction, defy us to our worst. For, as I am a soldier, a name that in my thoughts becomes me best, if I begin the battery once again, I will not leave the half-achieved Harfleur, till in ashes she lie buried. The gates of mercy shall be all shut up, and the fleshed soldier, rough and hard of heart, in liberty of bloody hand shall range with conscience wide as hell, mowing like grass, your fresh fair virgins and your flowering infants. What is it then to me if impious war, arrayed in flames like the prince of fiends, do with his smirched complexion all fell feats in link to waste and desolation? What is it to me when you yourselves are cause, if your pure maidens fall into the hands of filthy man-things? What reign can hold licentious wickedness, when down the hill he holds his fierce career? We may as bootless spend our vain command upon the enraged soldiers in their spoil, as send precepts to the Leviathan to come ashore. Therefore, you men of Harfleur, take pity of your town and of your people, whilst yet my soldiers are in my command. Whiles yet the cool and temperate wind of grace o'erblows the filthy and contagious clouds of heady murder, spoil, and villainy. If not, why, in a moment look to see the blind and bloody soldier with foul hand desire the locks of your shrill shrieking daughters, your fathers taken by the silver beards, and their most reverend heads dashed to the walls, your naked infants spitted upon pikes, whiles the mad mothers with their howls confused do break the clouds as did the wives of Jewry at Herod's bloody hunting slaughterman. What say you? Will you yield and this avoid, or guilty in defense be thus destroyed?
Our expectation hath this day an end. The Dauphin, whom our succors we entreated, returns us that his powers are yet not ready to raise so great a siege. Therefore, great King, we yield our town and lives to thy soft mercy. Enter our gate, dispose of us and ours, for we no longer are defensible.
Open your gates. Come, Uncle Exeter. Go you and enter Harfleur. There remain and fortify it strongly against the French. Use mercy to them all. For us, dear uncle, the winter coming on and sickness growing upon our soldiers, we will retire to Calais. Tonight in Harfleur we will be your guest. Tomorrow for the march are we addressed.
Scene 4. Scene 4, everybody.
Oh shit.
You're there. We can hear you.
Oh, hi. Alice, tu negligères Palestinian languages?
Un peu, madame.
Je parle anglais et de gens parler comment vous allez anglais?
Allemand est appelé the hand.
The hand. And les gens?
Les doigts? Ma foi, j'oubliais les doigts. Moi, je me souviens. Les doigts de French. Je pense qu'ils sont appelés des fingers. Oui, des fingers.
Oh, la main de hand, les dedos, the fingers. Je ne sais quoi c'est dans ce colère. Je connais de la comment vous l'êtes en anglais?
Les anglais, nous les appelons the nails.
The nails! Oh, c'est pas bien, the hand, the fingers, the nails.
C'est bien dit, madame. Il est fort en anglais.
Dites-moi l'anglais de la brosse.
De armes, madame.
Et l'écoute?
D'elbow.
D'elbow.
Oui.
Je ne me ferai la répétition de los mots que vos mots avaient présenté.
Il est trop difficile, madame. Comment je pense?
Excusez-moi, Alice. Excusez-vous des hands, des fingers, des nails, des armes, del bilbo?
D'elbow, madame.
Oh, Seigneur Dieu. J'aimais on the elbow. Elbow, comment allez-vous à la cou?
De nick, madame.
Di nick. Et les mentons?
De chin?
Di sin le co di neck, la menton, di sien.
Oui, c'est votre mieux. En vérité, vous prononcez les mots aussi droit de quel est natif d'Angleterre?
Je n'ai donc pas appréhendé pour la graisse de deux et puis temps.
N'avez-vous pas déjà oublié que c'est que je vous enseigne?
Oh non, je te parle pour plan. The hand, the fingers, the nails.
The nails, madame.
The nails, the arm, the elbow. The elbow?
So for the elbow.
Understood. The elbow. The neck, the sin. Comment on la robe?
Les foot, madame, et les comptes.
Les foot est des comptes. Oh, Seigneur Dieu. Et le monstre dit ça mon père, Cobregos, on les dit tout le temps, mais me dit, you saw. Je ne vous en pour ensemble, monter des signaux de France, tout le monde, pour les foot de la compte, nemenios, recite de la compte assemblée. The hand, the fingers, the nails, the arm, the elbow, the neck, the sin, the foot, the count.
Excellent, madame.
C'est ça before. Allez-vous à dîner?
Damn.
High school French needs to up its game.
Right?
If your high school French class isn't entertaining you this much, yeah, you need a new teacher.
My high school French class did entertain me that much.
Well,
That's
then good.
that's what led to my fluency.
Amazing.
Oh my god, I was trying so hard not to look at you during that whole scene.
It's all right. No,
I have no idea.
You were wonderful. You were wonderful.
okay.
Everyone starts somewhere. Mostly, I'm just like,
I'm dead. Everything.
You were amazing, and I
everything is
love you.
killing me.
For as much as April was like, I am totally gonna butcher all this French. It's gonna be so horrible. Like,
It still came across.
That
so
was fine.
I think it sounded great.
That was great.
No, April,
Very
for
good.
someone who doesn't really speak it much, you were amazing. But if you ever want to know how to pronounce any of that, please feel free to chat with me. But you,
Yeah, I
you were
want to
amazing.
later because
You
I
were
just
awesome.
I need to
That
know.
being said, I feel like
And-
opening night at the Globe would have been just like that.
Yes, it would have.
I agree.
A bunch of
Yes.
actors
It's like you've been transported back. And April owned that, so that makes me so happy.
And
Shakespeare wrote that scene because he was mad at whoever was playing Constable.
and on the ride
Somebody was playing Alicia and
into Act 3, Scene 5.
'Tis certain he hath passed the river Somme.
And if he be not fought withal, my lord, let us quit all and give our vineyards to a barbarous people.
Oh, du vivant! Shall a few sprays of us, the emptying of our fathers' luxury, our scions, put in wild and savage stock, spurt up so suddenly into the clouds and overlook their grafters?
Normans, but bastard Normans, Norman bastards. Mort de ma vie, if they march along unfought withal. But I will sell my dukedom to buy a slobbery and a dirty farm in that nook shut in Isle of Albion.
By gar, where have they this metal? Is not their climate foggy, raw and dull, on as in despite the sun looks pale, killing their fruit with frowns? Can sudden water, a drench for serene jades, their barley breath, their cocked, their cold blood to such valiant heat? And shall our quick blood, spirited with wine, seem frosty? Oh, for honor of our land, let us not hang like roping icicles upon our houses' thatch, whilst a more frosty people sweat drops of gallant youth in our rich fields. Poor, we may call them in their native laws.
By faith and honour, our madams mock at us, and plainly say our metal is bred out, and they will give their bodies to the lust of English youth to new store France with bastard warriors.
And teach Levoltas high and swift Carantus, saying our grace is only on our heels, and that we are most lofty runaways. They bid us to the English dancing schools.
Where is Montjoy the herald? Speed him hence. Let him greet England with our sharp defiance. Up, princes, and with spirit of honor edged, more sharper than your swords, high to the field. Charles, High Constable of France, your Dukes of Orleans, Bourbon and Berry, Alencon, Brabant, Bar, and Burgundy, Jacques, Rembers, Vandemont, Beaumont, Grand Prix, Rousey, and Falconbridge, Foy, Lestrade, Boy, Walt, and Charlotte. High dukes, great princes, barons, lords, and knights, for your great seats now quit you of great shames. Bar Henry England, that sweeps through our land with pennons painted in the blood of Harfleur. Rush on this host, as doth the melted snow upon the valleys, who low vassal seat, the Alps doth spit and void his room upon. Go down upon him, you have power enough, and in captive chariot into ruin bring him our prisoner.
Oh, this becomes the great. Sorry am I his numbers are so few, his soldiers sick and famished in their march. For I am sure when he shall see our army, he'll drop his heart into the sink of fear, and for achievement offer us his ransom. Ha ha!
Therefore, Lord Constable, haste on Montjoy, and let him say to England that we send to know what willing ransom he will give. Prince Dauphine, you shall stay with us in Rouen.
Not so! I do beseech your majesty.
Be patient, for you shall remain with us. Now forth, Lord Constable and Princes all, and quickly bring us word of England's fall.
On to scene 6.
How now, Captain Flellan? Come you from the bridge?
I assure you there is very excellent services committed at the bridge.
Is the Duke of Exeter safe?
The Duke of Exeter is magnanimous as Agamemnon, and a man that I love and honor with my soul and my heart, and my duty, and my life, and my living, and my uttermost power. He is not, God be praised and blessed, any hurt in the world, but keeps the bridge most valiantly, with excellent discipline. There is an ancient lieutenant there at the bridge. I think in my very conscience he is as valiant a man as Mark Antony, and he is a man of no estimation in the world. But I did see him do as gallant service.
What do you call him?
He is called Ancient Pistol.
I know him not.
Here is the man.
Captain, I beseech to do me favours. The Duke of Exeter doth love thee well.
I praise God, and I have merited some love at his hands.
Bardolph, a soldier firm and sound of heart, of buxom valour, hath by cruel fate and giddy fortune's furious fickle wheel, the goddess blind that stands upon the rolling restless stone.
By your patience, Ancient Pistol, Fortune is painted blind, with a muffler afore her eye, to signify to you that Fortune is blind. And she is painted also with a wheel to signify to you, which is the moral of it, that she is turning and inconstant, and mutability and variation. And her foot, like you, is fixed upon a spherical stone, which rolls and rolls and rolls. In good truth, the poet make a most excellent description of it. Fortune is an excellent morale.
Fortune is Bardolph's foe and frowns on him, for he hath stolen a pax, and hanged must he be, a damned death. Let the gallows gape for a dog, let man go free, and let not hemp his windpipe suffocate. But Exeter hath given the doom of death for pax of little price. Therefore, go speak, the Duke will hear thy voice, and not let Bardolph's vital thread be cut with edge of penny cord and vile reproach. Speak, Captain, for his life, and I will be requited.
Ancient Pistol, I do partly understand your meaning.
Why then rejoice, therefore?
Right, certainly, Ancient. And it is not the thing to rejoice at. For if, look you, he were my brother, I would desire the Duke to use his good pleasure and put him to execution. For discipline ought to be used.
Die and be damned, and fig for thy friendship.
It is well.
The fig of Spain.
Ah, very good.
Why, this is an arrogant counterfeit rascal. I remember him now. A bawd, a cut-purse.
I'll assure you, he uttered as brave words as the bridge you shall see in the summer's day. It is very well. What he has spoke to me, that is well. I warrant you, when time is served.
Why, 'tis a gull, a fool, a rogue, that now and then goes to wars to grace himself at his return unto London under the form of a soldier. And such fellows are perfect in the great commanders' names, and they will learn you by rote where services were done, at such and such a sconce, at such a breach, at such a convoy, who came off bravely, who was shot, who disgraced, what terms the enemy stood on. And this they con perfectly in the phrase of war, which they trick up with new-tuned oaths, and what a beard the general's cut and a horrid suit of the camp will do among foaming bottles and ale-washed wits is wonderful to be thought on. But you must learn to know such slanders of the age, or else you may be marveling mistook.
I tell you what, Captain Growler, I do perceive he is not the man that he would gladly make show to the world he is. If I find a hole in his coat, I will tell him my mind. Hark you, the king is coming, and I must speak with him from the bridge. God bless your majesty.
How now, Florilon? Comes thou from the bridge?
Aye, so please your majesty. The Duke of Exeter has very gallantly maintained the bridge. The French is gone off, look you, and there is gallant and most brave passages. Marathon adversary, we have possession of the bridge. But he is enforced to retire, and the Duke of Exeter is master of the bridge. I can tell your majesty the Duke is a brave man.
What men have you lost, Florilon?
The perdition of the adversary hath been very great, reasonable great. Marry, for my part, I think the Duke hath lost never a man, but one that is like to be executed for robbing a church. One Bardolph, if your majesty know the man. His face is all babuchles and wilks and knobs and flames of fire, and his lips blows at his nose, and it is like a coal of fire, sometimes blue and sometimes red, and his nose is executed, and his fire's out.
We would have all such offenders so cut off, and we give express charge that in our marches through the country there be nothing compelled from the villages, nothing taken but paid for, none of the French upbraided or abused in disdainful language. For when lenity and cruelty play for a kingdom, the gentler gamester is the soonest winner.
Nomi Bama Abit.
Well then, I know thee. What shall I know of thee?
My master's mind.
Unfold it.
Thus says my king, say thou to Harry of England, though we seem dead, we did but sleep. Advantage is a better soldier than rashness. Tell him we could have rebuked him at Harfleur, but that we thought that not good to bruise an injury till it were ripe. Now we speak upon our cure, and our voice is a burial. England shall repent his folly, see his weakness, and admire our sufferance. Bid him, therefore, consider of his ransom, which must proportion the losses we have borne, the subjects we have lost, the disgrace we have digested, which in way to reassure, his pettiness would bow under. For our losses, for our échec is too poor, for the effusion of our blood, the muster of his kingdom, too faint a number, and for our disgrace, is our person kneeling at our feet, but a weak and worthless satisfaction. To this, add defiance, and tell him, for conclusion, he hath betrayed his followers, whose condemnation is pronounced. So far, my king and master, so much my office.
What is thy name? I know thy quality.
Manjois.
Thou dost thy office fairly. Turn thee back, and tell thy king I do not seek him now, but could be willing to march on to Calais without impeachment, for, to say the sooth, though 'tis no wisdom to confess so much unto an enemy of craft and vantage, my people are with sickness much enfeebled, my numbers lessened, and those few I have, almost no better than so many French, who, when they were in health, I tell thee, Harold, I thought upon one pair of English legs did march 3 Frenchmen. Yet forgive me, God, that I do brag thus. 'Tis your heir of France hath blown that vice in me. I must repent. Go therefore, tell thy master, here I am. My ransom is this frail and worthless trunk, my army but a weak and sickly guard. Yet God before, tell him we will come on through France himself, and such another neighbor stand in our way. There's for thy labor, Montjoie. Go bid thy master well advise himself. If we may pass, we will. If we will be hindered, we shall your tawny guard with your red blood discolor. And so, Montois, fare you well. The sum of all our answer is but this. We will not seek battle as we are, nor, as we are, we say we will not shun it. So tell your master.
I shall deliver so. Thanks to your highness.
I hope they will not come upon us now.
We are in God's hand, brother, not in theirs. March to the bridge. It now draws toward night. Beyond the river we'll encamp ourselves, and on tomorrow bid them march away.
Scene 7. We're at scene 7, guys. Let's do this.
But I have the best armor in the world. Would it were they?
You have a most excellent armor, but let my horse have his due.
Oh, it is the best horse of Europe.
Will it never be morning?
My lord of Orleans and my lord high constable, you talk of horse and armor.
You are well provided of both as any prince in the world.
What a long night is this. I will not change my horse with any that tread upon but 4 pasterns. Saha, he bounds from the earth as if his entrails were airs. Le cheval volant, the Pegasus, qui la nan for de feu. When I bestride him, I soar. I am an auk. He trots the air. The earth sings when he touches it. The basest horn of his hoof is more musical than the pipe of Hermes.
He is the color of nutmeg.
And they eat of the ginger. It is a beast for Perseus. He is pure air and fire, and the dull elements of earth and water never appear in him, but only in patient stillness while his rider mounts him. He is indeed an horse, and all other jades you may call beasts.
Oh, indeed, my lord, it is a most absolute and excellent horse.
It is the prince of palfreys. His neigh is like the bidding of a monarch, and his countenance enforces homage.
No more, cousin.
Nay, the man hath no wit that cannot, from the rising of the lark to the lodging of the lamb, very deserved praise upon my palfrey. It is a seam as fluent as the sea. Turn the sands into eloquent tongues, and my horse's argument for them all. 'Tis a subject for a sovereign to reason on, and for a sovereign to ride on, and for the world, familiar to us and unknown, to lay apart their particular functions and wonder at him. I once writ a sonnet in his praise, and began thus, Wonder of nature.
I have heard a sonnet begin so to one's mistress.
Then they did imitate that which I composed to my courser, for my horse is my mistress.
Oh, your mistress bears well.
Me well, which is the prescribed praise and perfection of a good and particular mistress.
Nay, for methought yesterday your mistress shrewdly shook your back.
So perhaps did yours.
Mine was not bridled.
Oh, then belike she was old and genteel, and you rode like a kern of Ireland, your French hose off, and in your straight strossers.
You have good judgment in horsemanship.
Be warned, my be, then. They that ride so and ride not warily fall into foul bogs. I had rather have my horse than my mistress.
I had as lief had my mistress a jade.
I tell thee, constable, my mistress wears his own air.
I could make as true a boast as that if I had a sow to my mistress.
Les chiennes retenaient à son propre vosement, et la très lavée à barbier. So makes just of anything.
Yet Do I not use my horse for my mistress, or any such proverb so little kin to the purpose?
My Lord Constable, the armor that I saw in your tent tonight, are those stars or suns upon it?
Stars, my lord.
Some of them will fall tomorrow, I hope.
And yet my sky shall not want.
That may be, for you bear a many superfluously, and 'twere more honor somewhere away.
E'en as your horse bears your praises, who would trot as well were some of your brags dismounted.
What? We're able to load him with his dessert. Will it never be day? I will trot tomorrow a mile, and my way shall be paved with English faces.
I will not say so, for fear I should be faced out of my way. But I would it were morning, for I would fain be about the ears of the English.
Who will go to hazard for me for 20 prisoners?
You must first go yourself to hazard ere to have them.
'Tis midnight. I go arm myself.
Dauphine longs for morning.
Longs to eat the English.
I think he will eat all he kills.
By the white hand of my lady, he is a gallant prince.
Swear by her foot that she may tread out the oath.
He is simply the most attractive gentleman in all of France.
Doing is activity, and he will still be doing.
He never did harm that I heard of.
Nor will do none tomorrow. He will keep that good name still.
I know him to be valiant.
I was told that by one that knows him better than you.
What's he?
Mary, he told me so himself, and he said he cared not who knew it.
He needs not. It is no hidden virtue in him.
Oh, by my faith, sir, but it is. Never anybody saw it but his lackey. 'Tis a hooded valor, and when it appears, it will bait.
Ill will never said well.
I will cap that proverb with there is flattery in friendship.
And I will take up with give the devil his due.
Oh, well placed. There stands your friend for the devil. At the very eye of that proverb with a pox of the devil.
You are better at proverbs. By how much? A fool's bolt is soon shot.
You have shot over.
Not the first time you were overshot.
That's me. I'm the messenger. Didn't realize I was a messenger in so many scenes. My Lord High Constable, the English lie within 1,500 paces of your tents.
Who hath measured the ground?
The Lord Grand Prêtre.
Valiant and most expert gentleman. Oh, would it were day. Alas, poor Harry of England. He longs not for the dawning as we do.
What a wretched and peevish fellow, this King of England, to mope with his fat-brained followers so far out of his knowledge.
If the English had any apprehension, they would run away.
That they lack, for if their heads had any intellectual armor, they could never wear such heavy headpieces.
That island of England breeds very valiant creatures. Their mastiffs are of unmatchable courage.
Foolish curs that run winking into the mouth of a Russian bear and have their heads crushed like rotten apples. You may as well say that's a valiant flea that doth eat his breakfast on the lip of a lion.
Oh, just. And the men do sympathize with the mastiffs in robustious and rough coming on, leaving their wits with their wives, and then give them great meals of beef and iron and steel. They will eat like wolves and fight like devils.
Aye, but these English are shrewdly out of beef.
Then shall we find tomorrow? They have only stomachs to eat and none to fight. Now is the time to arm. Come, shall we about it?
It is now 2:00, but let me see. By 10, we shall each 100 Englishmen.
Ooh, buddy.
Yo, there's a lot that happened.
Yes.
Just a whole bunch of. You know what? These guys have been out at war for a while. Apparently, they are looking at everything with any number of legs, and just it's time to just. Whoops.
Gaping.
Look, sometimes you just gotta ride what's presented to you, I guess.
Love it. My favorite part was when Sarah rolled in and was like, Mom, can we stop talking about this? Can we change the subject?
Yeah, Rumbure, I guess is how we're going to pronounce it. Like, just rolled it. Can we change the subject? Does anyone want to talk about anything else?
Like,
Other
we're
than-
fighting tomorrow.
Stars or suns? You call.
So the battle we've got going on. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh my gosh.
You
But
were overshot.
yeah, everyone overshot. Everyone shot their shot hard right then.
You know, it happens to a lot of thespians.
It does. You overshoot it.
Sure.
Melodic.
You've got it. Okay.
And yes,
and Melodic killed it again.
the constable died, so I went to black and white.
Anyways.
Love it.
Perfect.
So, guys, we are at the end of Act 3, and this is a wonderful time, 2 hours into our stream, to take an intermission. So, we will see everyone in the audience in 20 minutes, right at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So, Cass, go ahead and refresh yourselves. Audience, do the same thing. And if you are staying with us, enjoy the bios and lovely pictures of our cast while we wait. But we will see everyone back at 9:30.
To the lobby.
Let's all go to the lobby.
And welcome back, everyone. Hope you feel refreshed and ready for more of the royal thirst that has been served up this evening. Much intrigue, much danger. I mean, it's like a Game of Thrones up in here tonight. But we're gonna just keep moving on. Act 4, we are ready for to find out just what happens when an unstoppable Henry meets an immovable France. And I don't know how to segue any better than that. I just did it, and we're ready to go to the prologue.
That's not what I was doing.
What
but
were you
okay,
doing?
I was gesturing to
Presenting.
you
Yes.
because you're reading this
I don't know.
prologue.
Because now it's time. Dear lady, are you ready?
I'm so pretty.
You are. Are you ready, though?
Sure.
All right. Then let's head into the prologue of Act 4 for Henry V.
Now entertain conjecture of a time, when creeping murmur and the pouring dark fills the wide vessel of the universe. From camp to camp, through the foul womb of night, the hum of either army stilly sounds, that the fixed sentinels almost receive the secret whispers of each other's watch. Fire answers fire, and through their pally flames, each battle sees the other's umbered face. Steed threatens steed in high and boastful neighs, piercing the knight's dull ear, and from the tents the armorers accompanying the knights with busy hammers closing rivets up give dreadful note of preparation. The country cocks do crow, the clocks do toll, and the third hour of drowsy morning named, proud of their numbers and secure in soul, the confident and over-lusty French, do the low-rated English play at dice, and chide the crippled, tardy-gated knight, who, like a foul and ugly witch, doth limp so tediously away. The poor condemned English, like sacrifices, by their watchful fire sit patiently and inly ruminate the morning's danger. And their gestures sad, investing lank lean cheeks in war-worn coats, presenteth them unto the gazing moon so many horrid ghosts. Oh, now, who will behold the royal captain of this ruined band walking from watch to watch, from tent to tent? Let him cry, praise and glory on his head, for forth he goes and visits all his host, bids them good morrow with a modest smile, and calls them brothers, friends, and countrymen. Upon his royal face there is no note how dread an army hath enrounded him, nor doth he dedicate one jot of colour unto the weary and all watched night, but freshly looks and overbears a taint with cheerful semblance and sweet majesty, that every wretch, pining and pale before beholding him, plucks comforts from his looks. A largess universal, like the sun, his liberal eye doth give to every one, thawing cold fear, that mean and gentle awe. Behold, as may unworthiness define, a little touch of Harry in the night. And so our scene must to the battle fly, where, oh, for pity, we shall much disgrace, with 4 or 5 most vile ragged foils, right ill disposed and brawl ridiculous. In the name of Agincourt, yet sit and see, minding true things by what their mockeries be.
And thus we move to Act 4, Scene 1.
Gloucester, 'tis true that we are in great danger. The greater therefore should our courage be. Good morrow, brother Bedford. God Almighty, there is some soul of goodness in things evil. Would men observingly distill it out? For our bad neighbour makes us early stirrers, which is both healthful and good husbandry. Besides, they are our outward consciousness, and preachers to us all, admonishing that we may dress us fairly for our end. Thus we may gather honey from the weed and make a moral of the devil himself. Good morrow, Sir Thomas Erpingham. A good soft pillow for that good white head were better than a churlish turf of France.
Not so, my liege. This lodging likes me better, since I may say, now lie I like a king.
'Tis good for men to love their present pains upon example, so the spirit is eased. And when the mind is quickened out of doubt, the organs, though defunct and dead before, break up their drowsy grave and newly move, with casted slough and fresh ledgery. Lend me thy cloak, Sir Thomas. Brothers, both, commend me to the princes in our camp. Do my good morrow to them, and anon desire them to all my pavilion.
We shall, my liege.
Shall I attend your grace?
No, my good knight. Go with my brothers to the lords of England, and I and my bosom must debate a while, and then I would no other company.
The Lord in heaven bless thee, noble Harry.
God a mercy, old heart, thou speakest cheerfully.
Que vous
A friend.
Discuss unto me, art thou officer or art thou base, common, and popular?
I am a gentleman of a company.
Trailst thou the puissant pike?
Even so, what are you?
As good a gentleman as the emperor.
Then you are better than the king.
The king's a bold cock and a heart of gold, a lad of life, an imp of fame, of parents good, of fish most valiant. I kiss his dirty shoe. And from heartstring, I love the lovely bully. What is thy name?
Harry Leroy.
Leroy? A Cornish name. Art thou of Cornish crew?
No, I am a Welshman.
Knowst thou Llewellyn?
Yes.
Tell him I'll knock his lead off his pate upon St. David's Day.
Do not you wear your dagger in your cap that day, lest he knocks that about yours.
Art thou his friend?
And his kinsman, too.
The fig for thee, then.
I thank you. God be with you.
My name is Pistol Cold.
It sorts well with your fierceness.
Captain Llewellyn.
So, in the name of Jesus Christ, speak fewer. It is the greatest admiration in the universal world when the true and ancient gravities and laws of the wars is not kept. If you would take the pains but to examine the wars of Pompey the Great, you shall find, I warrant you, that there is no tittle-tattle, no pibble-babble in the Pompey's camp. I warrant you, you shall find the ceremonies of the wars and the cares of it, and the forms of it, and the sobriety of it, and the modesty of it to be otherwise.
Why, the enemy is loud. You hear them all night.
If the enemy is an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb, is it meet, thinks you, that we should also, look you, be an ass and a fool and a prating coxcomb in your own conscience now?
I will speak lower.
I pray you and beseech you that you will.
Though it may appear a little out of fashion, there is much care and valor in this Welshman.
Unquote. Brother John Bates, is not that the morning which breaks yonder?
I think it be, but we have no great cause to desire the approach of day.
We see yonder the beginning of the day, but I think we shall never see the end of it. Who goes there?
A friend.
Under what captain serve you?
Under Sir Thomas Erpingham.
A good old commander, and a most kind gentleman. I pray you, what thinks he of our estate?
Even as men racked upon a sand that looked to be washed off the next tide.
Hath he not told his thought to the king?
No, nor it is not meet he should, for though I speak it to you, I think the king is but a man, as am I. The violet smells to him as it doth to me. The element shows to him as it doth to me. All his senses have but human conditions. His ceremonies laid by, in his nakedness he appears but a man, and though his affections are higher mounted than ours, yet when they stoop with the like wing. Therefore, when he sees reason of fears as we do, his fears, out of doubt, be of the same relish as ours are. Yet in no reason no man should possess him with any appearance of fear, lest he, by showing it, should dishearten his army.
He may show that outward courage, he will, but I believe as cold as night is, as 'tis, he would wish himself in the Thames up to the neck. And so I would he here, and I by him at all adventures, so we were quit here, don't you know?
By my troth, I will speak my conscience of the king. I think he would not wish himself anywhere but where he is.
Then he would here alone, so he be sure to be ransomed, and many a poor man's life saved.
I dare say you love him not so ill to wish him here alone. Howsoever you speak this to feel other men's minds, methinks I could not die anywhere so contented as in the king's company, his cause being just and his quarrel honorable.
That's more than we know.
Aye, or more than we should seek after, for we know if we know we are the king's subjects. If his cause be wrong, our obedience to the king wipes the crime of it out of us.
But if the cause be not good, the king himself has a heavy reckoning to make, when all those legs and arms and heads chopped off in a battle shall join together at the latter day and cry all, "We died at such a place!" Some swearing, some crying for a surgeon, some upon their wives left poor behind them, some upon their debts they owe, some upon their children rawly left. I am afeard there are few die well that die in a battle, for how can they charitably dispose of anything when the blood is their argument? Now, if these men do not die well, it will be a black matter for the king that led them to it, who to disobey were against all proportion of subjection.
So, if a son that is by his father sent about merchandise do sinfully miscarry upon the sea, the imputation of his wickedness by your rule should be imposed upon his father that sent him. Or if a servant under his master's command transporting a sum of money be assailed by robbers and die in many irreconciled inequities, you may call the business of the master the author of the servant's damnation. But this is not so. The king is not bound to answer the particular endings of his soldiers, the father of his son, nor the master of his servant, for they purpose not their death when they purpose their services. Besides, there is no king, be his cause never so spotless, if it come to the abratement of swords, can try it out with all unspotted soldiers. Some, peradventure, have on them the guilt of premeditated and contrived murder, some of beguiling virgins with the broken seals of perjury, some making the wars their bulwark, that have before gored the gentle bosom of peace with pillage and robbery. Now, if these men have defeated the law and outrun native punishment, though they can outstrip men, they have no wings to fly from God. War is his beetle. War is his vengeance, so that here men are punished for before breach of the king's laws in now the king's quarrel. Where they feared the death, they have borne life away, and where they would be safe, they perish. Then, if they die unprovided, no more is the king guilty of their damnation than he was before guilty of those impieties for which they are now visited. Every subject's duty is to the king's, but every subject's soul is his own. Therefore, should every soldier in the wars do as every sick man in his bed, wash every mote of his conscience. And dying so, death is to him advantage, or not dying, the time was blessedly lost, wherein such preparation was gained. And in him that escapes, it were not sin to think that, making God so free an offer, he let him outlive the day to see his greatness and to teach others how they should prepare.
'Tis certain, every man that dies ill, the ill upon his own head. The king is not to answer it.
I do not desire he should answer for me, and yet I determine to fight lustily for him, you betcha.
I myself heard the king say he would not be ransomed.
Aye, he said so, to make us fight cheerfully, but when our throats are cut, he may be ransomed, and we're ne'er the wiser.
If I live to see it, I will never trust his word after.
You pay him then. There's a perilous shot out of an elder gun that a poor and private displeasure can do against a monarch. You may as well go about to turn the sun to ice with fanning in his face a peacock's feather. You'll never trust his word after come to the foolish saying.
Your reproof is something too round. I should be angry with you if the time were convenient.
Let it be a quarrel between us, if you live.
I embrace it.
Well, how shall I know thee again?
Give me any gauge of thine, and I will wear it in my bonnet. Then, if ever thou darest acknowledge it, I will make it my quarrel.
Here's my glove. Give me another of thine.
There.
This will I also wear in my cap. If ever they now come to me and say after tomorrow, this is my glove, by this hand I will take thee a box on the ear.
If I ever live to see it, I will challenge it.
Thou darest as well be hanged.
Well, I will do it, though I take thee in the king's company.
Keep thy word. Fare thee well.
Be friends, you English fools, be friends. We have French quarrels enough, if you can tell how to reckon.
Indeed, the French may lay 20 French crowns to one they will beat us, for they bear them on their shoulders. But it is no English treason to cut French crowns, and tomorrow the king himself will be a clipper. Upon the king, let us, our lives, our souls, our debts, our careless wives, our children, and our sins lay on the king. We must bear all, O hard condition, twin born with greatness, subject to the breath of every fool, whose sense no more can feel but his own wringing. What infinite heart's ease must kings neglect that private men enjoy? And what have kings that privates have not too, save ceremony, save general ceremony? And what art thou, thou idle ceremony? What kind of god art thou, that sufferest more of mortal griefs than do thy worshippers? What are thy rents? What are thy comings in? O ceremony, show me but thy worth. What is thy soul of adoration? Art thou aught else but place, degree, and form, creating awe and fear in other men, wherein thou art less happy being feared than they in fearing? What drinkest thou oft instead of homage sweet, but poisoned flattery? Oh, beseek such greatness, and bid thy ceremony give thee cure. Thinkest thou the fiery fever will go out with titles blown from adulation? Will it give place to flexure and low bending? Canst thou, when thou commandest the beggar's knee, command the health of it? No, thou proud dream, thou playest so subtly with a king's repose. I am a king that find thee, and I know 'tis not the balm, the scepter, and the ball, the sword, the mace, the crown imperial, the intertissued robe of gold and pearl, the farced title running for the king, the throne he sits on, nor the tide of pomp that beats upon the high shores of the world. No, not all these, thrice gorgeous ceremony, not all these, laid in bed majestical, can sleep so soundly as the wretched slave who, with a body filled and vacant mind, gets him to rest, crammed with distressful bread, never sees horrid night, the child of hell, but like a lackey, from the rise to set, sweats in the eyes of Phoebus, and all night sleeps in Elysium. Next day after dawn, doth rise and help Hyperion to his horse, and follows so the ever-running year with profitable labor to his grave. And, but for ceremony, such a wretch, winding up days with toil and nights with sleep, had the forehand vantage of a king, the slave a member of the country's peace, enjoys it, but in gross brain little wants. What watch the king keeps to maintain the peace, whose hours the peasant best advantages.
My lord, your nobles, jealous of your absence, seek through your camp to find you.
Good old knight, collect them all together at my tent. I'll be before thee.
I shall do it, my lord.
O God of battles, steel my soldiers' hearts, possess them not with fear. Take them from now the sense of reckoning ere the opposed numbers. Pluck their hearts from them, not today, O Lord, O not today. Think not upon the fault my father made in encompassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred anew, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. 500 poor I have in yearly pay, whose twice a day their withered hands hold up toward heaven to potted blood, and I have built 2 chantries where the sad and solemn priests still sing for Richard's soul. More will I do, though all that I can do is nothing worth, since that my penitence comes after all, imploring pardon.
My liege.
My brother Gloucester's voice. I know thy errand. I will go with thee. The day my friends and all the things stay for me.
Away we go to scene 2.
The sun doth gild our armor up, my lords.
Montez à cheval! My horse, varlet! Lackey! Ah!
Oh, brave spirit!
Via le haut et la terre!
Rempus la vieux!
Sieur, cousin Orleans. Now, my lord constable?
Hark how our steeds for present service neigh.
Mount them, and make incision in their hides, that their hot blood may spin in English eyes, and doubt them with superfluous courage. Ha!
What? Will you have them weep our horses' blood? How shall we then behold their natural tears?
The English are embattled, you French peers.
To horse, you gallant princes, straight to horse! Do not behold yon poor and starved band, and your fair show shall suck away their souls, leaving them but the shells and husks of men. There is not work enough for all our hands, scarce blood in all their sickly veins, to give each naked curtal axe a stain, that our French gallants shall today draw out and sheathe for lack of sport. Let us but blow on them, the vapor of our valor will o'erturn them. 'Tis positive against all exceptions, lords, that our superfluous lackeys and our peasants, who in unnecessary actions swarm about our squares of battle, were enough to purge this field of such a hilding foe. Though we upon this mountain's basis by took stand for idle speculation, but that our honors must not. What's to say? A very little let us do, and all is done. Then let the trumpet sound, the tocet sonance, and the note to mount, for our approach shall so much dare the field, that England shall couch down in fear and yield.
Why do you stay so long, my lords of France? Yond island carrions, desperate of their bones, ill-favoredly become the morning field. The ragged curtains poorly are let loose, and our air shakes them pastly, scornfully. Big Mars seems bankrupt in their beggared host, and faintly through a rusty beaver peeps. The horsemen sit like fixed candlesticks, with torch staves in their hands and their poor jades, lobbed down their heads, dropping the hides and hips, the gum down, roping from their pale dead eyes, and in their pale dull mouths the gemmeled bit lies foul with chawed grass, still and motionless. And their executioners, the knavish crows, fly o'er them all, impatient for their hour. Description cannot suit itself in words to demonstrate the life of such a battle, in life so lifeless as it shows itself.
They have said their prayers, and they stay for death.
Down we go and send them dinners and fresh suits, and give their fasting horses provender. And after fight with them,
I stay but for my guard. On to the field! I will the banner from a trumpet take and use it for my haste. Come, come, away! The sun is high, and we outwear the day.
On we go to scene 3.
Where is the king?
The king himself is rode to view their battle.
A fighting men. They have full 70,000.
It's 5 to 1. Besides, they are all fresh.
God's arms strike with us. 'Tis a fearful odds. God be with you, princes all. I'll to charge. If we no more meet till we meet in heaven, then joyfully my noble Lord of Bedford, my dear Lord Gloucester, and my good Lord Exeter, and my kind kinsmen, warriors all, adieu. Farewell, good Salisbury, and good luck go with thee.
Farewell, kind lord. Fight valiantly today, and yet I do thee wrong to mind thee of it, for thou art framed of the firm truth of valor.
He is as full of valor as of kindness, princely in both.
Oh, that we now had here, but 10,000 of those men in England that do no work today. What's he that wishes so? My cousin Westmoreland? No, my fair cousin, if we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country loss, and if to live, the fewer men, the greater share of honor. God's will, I pray thee wish not one man more. By Jove, I am not covetous for gold, nor care I who doth feed upon my cost. It yearns me not if men my garments wear. Such outward things dwell not in my desires. But if it a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive. No faith, my coz, wish not a man from England. God's peace, I will not lose so great an honor, as one man more, methinks, would share from me. For the best hope I have, oh, do not wish one more. Rather proclaim it, Westmoreland, through my host, that he which hath no stomach to this fight, let him depart. His passport shall be made, and crowns for convoy put into his purse. We would not die in that man's company, that fears his fellowship to die with us. This day is called the Feast of Crispian. He that outlives this day and comes safe home will stand on tiptoe when the day is named and rouse him at the name of Crispian. He that shall see this day and live old age will yearnly on the vigil feast his neighbors and say, tomorrow is Saint Crispian. Then will he strip his sleeve and show his scars and say, these wounds I had on Crispin's day. Old men forget, yet all shall be forgot. But he'll remember with advantages what feats he did that day. Then shall our names, familiar in his mouth as household words, Harry the King, Bedford, Exeter, Warwick and Talbot, Salisbury and Gloucester, be in their flowing cups freshly remembered. Their story shall the good man teach his son, and Crispian shall never go by. From this day to the ending of the world, be we in it shall be remembered. We few, we happy few, we band of brothers, for he today that sheds his blood with me shall be my brother, be he ne'er so vile. This day shall be gentle in his condition, and gentlemen in England now abed shall think themselves accursed that they were not here, and hold their manhoods cheap, whiles any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's day.
My sovereign lord, bestow yourself with speed. The French are bravely in their battles set, and will with all expedience charge on us.
All things are ready if our minds be so.
Perish the man whose mind is backward now.
Thou dost not wish more help from England, cuz?
God's will, my liege, with you and I alone, without more help, could fight this royal battle.
Why, now thou hast unwished 5,000 men, which likes me better than to wish us none. You know your places. God be with you all.
Once more, I come to know of thee, King Harry. If for thy ransom thou wilt not compound, before thy most assured overthrow. For certainly, thou art as so near the gulf. Thou needs must be englutted. Besides, in mercy, the constable desires thee thou wilt mind, thy followers of repentance, that their souls may make a peaceful and sweet retire from off these fields where wretches, their poor bodies, must lie and fester.
Who hath sent thee now?
The constable of France.
I pray thee, bear my former answer back. Bid them achieve me, and then sell my bones. Good God, why should they mock poor fellows thus? That man that once did sell the lion's skin while the beast lived was killed with hunting him. And many of our bodies shall no doubt find native graves upon the which, I trust, shall witness lev embrass of this day's work. And those that leave their valiant bones in France, dying like men, though buried in your dunghills, they shall be famed, for there the sun shall greet them, and draw their honors, reeking upon heaven, leaving their earthly parts to choke your clime, the smell whereof shall breed a plague in France. Mark, then, abounding valor in our English, that being dead, like to the bullets crazing, break out into a second course of mischief, killing in relapse of mortality. Let me speak proudly. Tell the constable we are but warriors for the working day. Our gayness and our guilt are all besmirched with rainy marching in the painful fields. There's not a piece of feather in our host. Good argument, I hope we will not fly. And time hath worn us into slovenry, but, by the mass, our hearts are in the trim, and my poor soldiers tell me, yet ere night, they'll be in fresher robes, or they will pluck the gay new coats or the French soldiers' heads and turn them out of service. If they do this, as, if God please, they shall, my ransom then will soon be levied. Herald, save thou labor. Come thou no more for ransom, gentle herald. Thou shalt have none. I swear, by these my joints, which if they have, as I will leave them then, shall yield them little. Tell the constable.
I shall, King Harry, and for so, fare thee well. Thou never shalt hear herald anymore.
I fear thou wilt once more come again for ransom.
My lord, most humbly on my knee, I beg the leading of the voward.
Take it, brave York. Now, soldiers, march away, and how thou pleasest, God, dispose the day.
And we move on to scene 4.
Yield, car.
Je pense que vous êtes gentilhomme de bonne qualité.
Qualite come testame, art thou a gentleman? What is thy name? Discuss.
Oh, Seigneur Dieu!
Oh, Seigneur Dieu should be a gentleman. Prepare my words, oh, Seigneur Dieu, and mark, oh, Seigneur Dieu, thou diest on the point of fox, except, oh, Seigneur Dieu, thou do give me a egregious ransom.
Oh, prenez miséricorde! Ayez pitié de moi!
Moi shall not serve. I will have 40 mois, or I will fetch thy rim out of thy throat in drops of crimson blood.
Est-il impossible d'échapper la force de ton bras?
Brass? How damned and luxurious mountain goat offers me brass.
Oh, pardonnez-moi.
Sayest thou me so? Is it a ton of moi? Come hither, boy. Ask me this slave in French. What is his name?
Écoutez, comment êtes-vous appelé?
Monsieur le Fer.
He says his name is Master Fair.
Master Fair. I'll fair him and firk him and ferret him. Discuss the same in French unto him.
I do not know the French for fur and ferret and firk.
Bid him prepare, for I will cut his throat.
Que dit-il, monsieur?
Il me commande et vous dire que vous faites, vous prêtes quatre soldats qui est disposé tout et cette heure de couper votre gorge.
Ah oui, couple gorg, permafoy, peasant, unless thou give me crowns, brave crowns, or mangled shalt thou be by this my sword.
Oh,
je
parle en français. Oh, je vous supplie, pour l'amour de Dieu, me pardonnez. Je suis gentilhomme de bonne maison. Gardez ma vie et je vous donnerai 200 écus.
What are his words?
He prays you to save his life. He's a gentleman of a good house, and for his ransom he will give you 200 crowns.
Tell him my fury shall abate, and I the crowns will take.
Petit monsieur, que dit-il?
Encore qu'il construise son germain der partenaire, un camp prisonnier mis en moi pour les écus que vous les avez promis. Il est content à vous donner la liberté, la franchissement.
Sur mes genoux, je vous donne 1000 remerciements et je m'estime heureuse que j'ai tombé entre les mains d'un chevalier. Je pense le plus brave, valiant et très distingué seigneur d'Angleterre.
Expound unto me, boy.
He gives you upon his knees 1,000 thanks, and he esteems himself happy that he hath fallen into the hands of one as he thinks the most brave, valorous, and thrice worthy Signor of England.
As I suck blood, I will show some mercy. Follow me.
Suivez-vous le grand capitaine.
Boy, you have more.
I do? Oh, that is my line still. I did never know so full of voice issue from so empty a heart. But the saying is true. The empty vessel makes the greatest sound. Bardolph and Nym had 10 times more valor than this roaring devil in the old play that everyone may pare his nails with a wooden dagger, and they are both hanged. and so would this be if he durst steal anything adventurously. I must stay with the lackeys, with the luggage of our camp. The French might have a good prey for us if he knew of it, for there is none to guard us but boys.
And we move to Act 4, Scene 5.
Oh, diable.
Oh, Signor, le jour est perdu. That is perdu.
Morte ma vie, all is confounded, all reproach and everlasting shame sits mocking in our plumes. Oh, méchante fortune, do not run away.
Why? All our ranks are broken.
Oh, perdurable shame. Let's stab ourselves. Be these the wretches that we played at dice for?
Is this the king we were sent to for his ransom?
Shame, shame, and eternal shame. Nothing but shame. Let us die. In once more. Back again. And he that will not follow Bourbon now, let him go hence, and with his cap in hand, like a base pander, hold the chamber door. Whilst by a slave no gentler than my dog, his fairest daughter is contaminate.
Disorder that has spoiled us. Friend us now. Let us on Ypres go offer up our lives.
We are enough yet living in the field to smother up the English in our throngs, if any order might be thought upon.
The devil take order now. I'll to the throng. Let life be short, else shame will be too long.
Moving to Scene 6.
Well have we done, thrice valiant countrymen. But all's not done, yet keep the French the field.
The Duke of York commends him to your majesty.
Lives he, good uncle? Thrice within his hour I saw him down, thrice up again, and fighting, from helmet to the spur, all blood he was.
In which array, brave soldier, doth he lie, larding the plain, and by his bloody side, yoke fellow to his honour-owing wounds, the noble Earl of Suffolk also lies. Suffolk first died, and York, all haggled over, comes to him, where in gore he lay ensteeped, and takes him by the beard, kisses the gashes that bloodily did yawn upon his face, and cries aloud, Tarry, my cousin Suffolk, thou soul shall thine keep company to heaven. Tarry, sweet soul, for mine, then fly abreast, as in this glorious and well-foughten field we kept together in our chivalry. Upon these words I came and cheered him up. He smiled me in the face, brought me his hand, and with a feeble grip says, Dear my lord, commend my service to my sovereign. So did he turn, and over Suffolk's neck he threw his wounded arm and kissed his lips, and so, espoused to death with blood, he sealed a testament of noble ending love. The pretty and sweet manner of it forced those waters from me which I would have stopped. But I had not so much of man in me, and all my mother came into mine eyes and gave me up to tears.
I blame you not. For hearing this, I must perforce compound with mistful eyes, or they will issue too. But hark, what new alarming is this same? The French have reinforced their scattered men. Then every soldier kill his prisoners. Give the word through.
And on we go to Scene 7.
Kill the poise and the luggage. 'Tis expressly against the laws of arms. 'Tis as arrant a piece of knavery, mark you now, as can be offered in your conscience now, is it not?
'Tis certain there's not a boy left alive, and the cowardly rascals that ran from the battle have done this slaughter. Besides, they've burnt and carried away all that was in the king's tent, wherefore the king most worthily hath caused every soldier to cut his prisoner's throat. Oh, 'tis a gallant king.
Aye, He was born at Monmouth, Captain Gower. What call you the town's name where Alexander the Pig was born?
Alexander the Great.
Why, I pray you, is not pig great? The pig, or the great, or the mighty, or the huge, or the magnanimous are all one's reckonings, save the phrase of little variations.
I think Alexander the Great was born in Macedon. His father was called Philip of Macedon, as I take it.
I think it is in Macedon where Alexander is born. I tell you, Captain, if you look in the maps of the world, I warrant you shall find in the comparisons between Macedon and Monmouth that the situations, look you, is both alike. There is a river in Macedon, and there is also, moreover, a river at Monmouth. It is called Wye at Monmouth, but it is out of my brains what is the name of the other. What 'tis all one, 'tis alike as my fingers is to my fingers. And there is salmons in both. If you mark Alexander's life well, Harry of Monmouth's life is come after it indifferent well, for there is figures in all things. Alexander, God knows, and you know, is in his rages and his furies and his wraths and his quarrels and his moods and his displeasures and his indignations, and also being a little intoxicates in his brains, is in his ails and his angers to look you, kill his best friend Cletus.
Our king is not like him in that. He never killed any of his friends.
It is not well done, mark you now, to take the tales out of my mouth ere it is made and finished. I speak but in the figures and comparisons of it. As Alexander killed his friend Cletus, being in his ales and his cups, so also Harry Monmouth. Being it in his right wits and his good judgments, turned away the fat knight with the great belly doublet. He was full of jests and gipes and knaveries and mocks. I forgot his name.
Sir John Falstaff.
That is he! I tell you, there's a good man born at Monmouth.
Here comes his majesty.
I was not angry since I came to France until this instant. Take a trumpet, herald. Ride thou unto the horsemen on yond hill. If they will fight with us, bid them come down, avoid the field. They do offend our sight. If they'll do neither, we will come to them, and make them scur away as swift as stones, and force it from the old Assyrian slings. Besides, we'll cut the throats of those we have, and not a man of them they shall taste our mercy. Go and tell them so.
Here comes the herald of the French, my liege.
His eyes are humbler than they used to be.
How now? What means this, herald? Knowest thou not that I have fined these bones of mine for ransom? Comest thou again for ransom?
Oh, great king, I come to thee for charitable license, that we may wander o'er this bloody field, to book our dead and then to bury them, to sort our nobles from our common men. For many of our princes, all the while, lie drowned and soaked in mercenary blood. So do our vulgar drench our peasant limbs in blood of princes, and the wounded steeds fret fetlock deep in gore, and with wild rage yuck at their armed heels at their dead masters, killing them twice. Oh, give us leave, great king, to view the field in safety, and dispose of their dead bodies.
I tell thee truly, herald, I know not if the day be ours or no, for yet a many of your horsemen peer and galloped over the field.
The day is yours.
Praised be God and not our strength for it. What is this castle called that stands hard by?
They call it Agincourt.
Then we call this the field of Agincourt, fought on the day of Crispin Crispianus.
Your grandfather of famous memory, and please your majesty, and your great-uncle Edward, the Black Prince of Wales, as I have read in the chronicles, fought a most brave battle here in France.
They did, Fluelon.
Your Majesty says very true. If your Majesty's is remembered of it, the Welshmen did good service in a garden where leeks did grow, wearing leeks in their monmouth caps, which your Majesty know, to hit this hour is an honorable badge of the service. And I do believe your Majesty takes no scorn to wear the leek upon St. Tavi's Day.
I wear it for a memorable honor, for I am Welsh, you know, good countryman.
All the water and wine cannot wash your Majesty's Welsh blood out of your body. I can tell you that. God bless it and preserve it as long as it pleases his grace and his Majesty too.
Thanks, good my countryman.
By Jesu, I am your Majesty's countryman. I care not who know it. I will confess it to all the world. I need not to be ashamed of your Majesty, praised be God, so long as your Majesty is an honest man.
God keeps me so. Our heralds go with him. Bring me just notice of the numbers dead on both our parts. Call yonder fellow hither.
Soldier, you must come to the king.
Soldier, why wearest thou that glove in thy cap?
An it please your Majesty, 'tis the gage of one that I should fight withal, if he be alive.
An Englishman?
An it please your Majesty, a rascal that swaggered with me last night, who, if alive and ever dare to challenge this glove, I have sworn to take him a box o' the year. Or if I can see my glove in his cap, which he swore as he was a soldier he would wear if alive, I will strike it soundly.
What think you, Captain Fluelon? Is it fit this soldier keep his oath?
He is a craven and a villain else, and please your Majesty in my conscience.
It may be his enemy is a gentleman of great sort, quite from the answer of his degree.
Though he be as good a gentleman as the devil is, as Lucifer and Beelzebub himself, it is necessary, look, your grace, that he keep his vow and his oath. If he be perjured, see you now, his reputation is as arrant a villain and a jacksoss as ever his black shoe trod upon God's ground and his earth, in my conscience.
Then keep thy vow, sir, when thou meetest the fellow.
So I will, my liege, as I live.
Whose service thou under?
Under Captain Gower, my liege.
Gower's a good captain, and has good knowledge and literature in the wars.
Call him hither to me, soldier.
I will, my liege.
Here, Fluelon, wear thou this favour for me, and stick it in thy cap. When Alençon and myself were down together, I plucked this glove from his helm. If any man challenge this, he is a friend to Alençon, and an enemy to our person. If thou encounter any such, apprehend him, and thou dost me love.
Your grace does me as great honours as can be desired in the hearts of his subjects. I would fain see the man that has but 2 legs that shall find himself aggrieved at this glove. That is all. But I would fain see it once, and please God of his grace that I might see.
Knowest thou Gower?
He is my dear friend, and please you.
Pray thee, go seek him, and bring him to my tent.
I will fetch him.
My lord Warwick and my brother Gloucester, follow Fluelon closely at thy heels. The glove which I have given him for a favour may haply purchase him a box on the ear. It is the soldier's. I by bargain should wear it myself. Follow, good cousin Warwick. If that the soldier strike him as I judge, by his blunt bearing he will keep his word. Some sudden mischief may arise of it, for I do know Fluellen valiant, and tush with the choler, hot as gunpowder, and quickly will return an injury. Follow, and see there be no more harm between them. Go you with me, Uncle of Exeter.
Oh.
Extra textual utterances, and we love them.
I love you guys.
All right, on we go to Act 4, Scene 8.
I warrant it isn't tonight, you, Captain.
God's will and his pleasure, Captain. I beseech you now, come apace to the king. There is more good toward your pre-adventure than is in your knowledge to dream of.
Sir, know you this glove?
Know the glove? I know the glove is a glove.
I know this, and thus I challenge it.
Blood! An arrant traitor as any in the universal world, or in France, or in England.
How now, sir, you villain?
Do you think I'll be forsworn?
Stand away, Captain Gower. I will give treason his payment in plows, I warrant you.
I am no traitor.
That's a lie in thy throat. I charge you in his majesty's name. Apprehend him. He's a friend of the Duke Alençon.
Oh, no, what's the matter?
My Lord of Warwick here is, praised be God for it, a most contagious treason come to light. Look you, as you shall desire in a summer's day. Here is his majesty.
Oh no, what's the matter?
My liege, here is a villain and a traitor that, look you, Grace, has stuck the glove which your majesty is take out of the helmet of Alençon.
My liege, this was my glove. Here's the fellow of it, and he that I gave it to in charge promised to wear it in his cap. I promised to strike him if he did. I met this man with my glove in his cap, and I have been as good as my word.
Your majesty here now, saving your majesty's manhood. What an arrant, rascally, beggarly, louse knave it is. I hope your majesty is bear me testimony and witness, and will avouchment that this is the glove of Alençon that your majesty has given me in your conscience now.
Give me thy glove, soldier. Look, here is the fellow of it. 'Twas I indeed thou promised to strike, and thou hast given me most bitter terms.
And please your majesty, let his neck answer for it, if there is any martial law in the world.
How canst thou make me satisfaction?
All offences, my lord, come from the heart. Never came any foreign mind that might offend your majesty.
It was ourself thou didst abuse.
Your majesty came not like yourself. You appeared to me but as a common man. Witness the night, your garments, your lowliness. And what your highness suffered under that shape, I beseech you take it for your own fault and not mine. For had you been as I took you for, I made no offense. Therefore, I beseech your highness, pardon me.
Here, Uncle Exeter, fill this glove with crowns and give it to this fellow. Keep it, fellow, and wear it for an honor in thy cap till I do challenge it. Give him the crowns, and captain, you must needs be friends with him.
I understand this light. The fellow has metal enough in his belly. Old, there is 12 pence for you, and I pray you to serve God and keep you out of brawls and prabbles and quarrels and dissensions. And I warrant you, it is the better of you.
I will none of your money.
It is with a good will. I can tell you it will serve you to mend your shoes. Wherefore should you be so bashful? Your shoes is not so good. 'Tis a good shilling, I warrant you, or I will change it.
Now, Harold, how are the dead numbered?
Here's the number of the slaughtered French.
What prisoners of good sort are taken, uncle?
Charles, Duke of Orleans, nephew to the king, John, Duke of Bourbon, and Lord Bosequalt, of other lords and barons, knights and squires, full 1,500, besides common men.
This note doth tell me of 10,000 French that in the field lie slain, of princes in this number, and nobles bearing banners. There lie dead 126. Added to these of knights, esquires, and gallant gentlemen, 8,400, of the which 500 were but yesterday dubbed knights. So that in these 10,000 they have lost, there are but 1,600 mercenaries. The rest are princes, barons, lords, knights, squires, and gentlemen of blood and quality. The names of those nobles that lie dead: Charles de la Breth, High Constable of France; Jacques of Chatillon, Admiral of France; the Master of the Crossbows, Lord Lamberet; Grand Master of France, the brave Sir Guichard Dauphin; John, Duke of Alençon; Anthony, Duke of Brabant; the brother of the Duke of Burgundy, and Edward, Duke of Bar; of lusty Earls Grandpré and Rossy, Falconbridge and Foix, Beaumont and Marle, Vaudemont and Lestrade. Here was a royal fellowship of death. Where's the number of our English dead? Edward, the Duke of York, the Earl of Suffolk, Sir Richard Ketley, Davy Gam, Esquire, none else of name, and of all other men but 25. O God, thy arm was here, and not to us, but to thy arm alone ascribe we all. When without stratagem, but in plain shock and even play of battle, was ever known so great and little loss on one part and on the other. Take it, God, for it is none but thine.
'Tis wonderful.
Come, go we in procession to the village, and be it death proclaimed through our host to boast of this, or take that praise from God, for which is his only.
Is it not lawful, and please your majesty, to tell how many is killed?
Yes, Captain, but with this acknowledgement that God fought for us.
Yes, my conscience, he did us great good.
Do we all holy rites. Let there be sung non nobis and tenduem, the dead with charity enclosed in clay, and then to Calais and to England then, where ne'er from France arrived more happy men.
Ooh, like the yep. Just all the oof.
Oof.
Nope, I don't have anything. Anybody else have something?
I mean, it's because we're perverts and we have a twisted sense of humor. It was hilarious up until then. Then it's like, oh, now I'm sad. Okay.
Yeah, that moment that like all the side joking had to fall away because it got real. Oops.
Everyone died.
The St. Crispin's Day speech still gives me chills every time.
Chills.
Rocks fell on the party, all dead.
Yeah.
I had to make sure I had a sword for that speech.
Yep. I mean, obviously, so did we.
Oh, shoot.
I didn't have a sword.
A sword was stuck to me off screen right before the speech.
Perfect timing.
Incredible.
Good.
I forgot to grab mine off the couch.
I couldn't find a sword, so I got the Infinity Gauntlet. Does that work? Does that work?
The Infinity Gauntlet is a nice touch.
Well, I mean, you were talking about a glove anyway, and then
Yeah,
that gave
I was actually thinking that earlier.
Oh,
then
no,
that gave way for
Montjoy
this,
wins.
so.
Montjoy got that power glove.
I wish I had the power glove.
Everybody wanted the power glove.
Wait, there's a power Wait, glove? but there's a master sword. There's a master sword.
I was
There's
just
a
about
master
to
sword.
Can someone say, like, there's a master sword on screen?
If I ever get cast in this role again, I will make the glove the power
You got
glove.
the three of us with the lightsabers.
Here comes the Sith saber over here. Don't you even.
We have all of the powerful swords.
Bonk him. He needs to go to horny jail.
We have stormed.
Don't worry.
Did someone say horny
We
jail?
have stormed the Bastille, and the gates are open. All the inmates are free tonight.
The inmates
I was
have
gonna
actually
say,
gone into
like,
chat.
I don't think it's the thing, right? Like, we're the inmates are running the jail today.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a 100% riot, and Horny Jail has overflowed. The gates are open.
It's a number of shields.
Yep.
Hornicula, 8 weeks.
And
We
the
had
end
to
is in
open up a
sight.
new jail just for Ellie.
Yeah, right?
All
For
hail.
she is the...
Woot.
Whew.
Whew.
All right,
Yeah,
that being
bunk.
said...
All right.
Shall we to Act 5
Let's-
and
let's-
wrap this bitch up?
Let's go to Act 5. Let's
Oh,
make
the
this happen.
traveler was wanting to see the shield. The shield is behind the couch, unfortunately.
Fantastic.
So not as easy to get.
All right. So here we go. On to the prologue of Act 5. Vouchsafe to those that have not read the story that I may prompt them. And of such as have, I humbly pray them to admit the excuse of time, of numbers, and due course of things, which cannot in their huge and proper life here be presented. Now we bear the king toward Calais. Grant him there seen, heave him away upon your winged thoughts athwart the sea. Behold, the English beach pales in the flood of men, with wives and boys whose shouts and claps outvoice the deep-mouthed sea, which like mighty Whiffler before the king seems to prepare his way. So let him land, and solemnly see him set on to London, so swift a pace has thought that even now you may imagine him upon Blackheath, where that his lords desire to have borne his bruised helmet and bended sword before him through the city. He forbids it, being free from vainness and self-glorious pride, giving full trophy, signal, and ostent quite from himself to God. But now behold, in the quick forge and working house of thought, how London doth pour out her citizens, the mayor and all his brethren in best sort, like to the senators of the antique Rome, with the plebeians swarming at their heels, go forth and fetch their conquering Caesar in, as, by a lower but loving likelihood, were now the general of our gracious empress, and in good time he may, from Ireland coming, bringing rebellion broached in his sword. How many would the peaceful city quit to welcome him? Much more, and much more cause did they this harry. Now in London place him. As yet the lamentation of the French invites the King of England stay at home, the Emperor's coming in behalf of France to order peace between them, and omit all the occurrences, whatever chanced, till Harry's back returned again to France. There we must bring him, and myself had played the interim, by remembering you 'tis past. Then brook abridgment, and your eyes advanced, after your thoughts, straight back again to France. And on to Act 5, Scene 1.
Nay, that's right. But why wear you your leek today? St. David's Day is past.
There is occasions and causes why and wherefore in all things. I will tell you as a friend, Captain Gower. The rascally skull, beggarly, lousy, bragging, knave pistol, which you and yourself and all the world know to be no better than a fellow, look you now, of no merit. He is come to me and brings me bread and salt yesterday, look you, and bid me eat my leek. It was in place where I could not breed no contention with him, but I will be so bold as to wear it in my cap till I see him once again, and then I will tell him a little piece of my desires.
Why, here he comes, swelling like a turkey cock.
'Tis no matter of his swelling, nor his turkey cocks. God bless you, ancient pistol, you scurvy, lousy knave. God bless you.
Art thou Bedlam? Dost thou thirst, base Trojan, to have me fold up Parcus' fatal web? Hence I am qualmish at the smell of a leek.
I beseech you heartily, scurvy, lousy knave, at my desires and my requests and my petitions to eat, look you this leek. Because, look you, you do not love it, nor your affections and your appetites and your digestion does not agree with it. I would desire you to eat it.
Not for all cold water and all his goats.
There is one goat for you. Will you be so good, scald knave, as eat it?
Base Trojan, thou shalt die.
You say very true, Scaldnave, when God's will is. I will desire you to live in the meantime and eat your victuals. Come, there is sauce for it. You called me yesterday Mound Squire, but I will make you today a squire of low degree. I pray you fall to. If you can mock a leek, you can eat a leek.
Enough. Captain, you have astonished him.
I say I will make him eat some party of my leek, or I will beat his pate 4 days. Bite, I pray you. It is good for your green wound and your ploxy coxcomb.
Must I bite?
Yeah, certainly out of doubt and out of question, too, and ambiguities.
Quiet thy cudgel. Thou seest I do eat. By this league, I most horribly revenged, and I eat, I swear.
Oh, there you are. Sorry. Yeah, eat, I pray you. Will you have some more sauce to your leek? There is not enough leek to swear by.
Quiet thy cudgel. Thou seest I eat.
Much good to you, Scaldnave, heartily. Nay, pray you throw none away. The skin is good for your broken coxcomb. When you take your occasions to see leeks hereafter, I pray you, mock at them. That is all.
Good.
Aye, a leek is good. Hold you. There is a grot to heal your pat.
Me a grot?
Yes, verily, and in truth you shall take it, or I have another leek in my pocket, which you shall eat.
I take thy grot in earnest of revenge.
If I owe you anything, I will pay you in cudgels. You shall be woodmonger and buy nothing of me but cudgels. God be with you and keep you and heal your pat.
All hell shall stir for this.
Go. You are a counterfeit, cowardly knave. Will you mock at an ancient tradition begun upon a honorable respect and worn as a memorable trophy of predeceased valor, and dare not avouch in your deeds any of your words? I have seen you gleeking and galling at this gentleman twice or thrice. You thought because he could not speak English in the native garb, he would not therefore handle an English cudgel. You find it otherwise, and henceforth let a Welsh correction teach you a good English condition. Fare you well.
Doth fortune play the huswife with me now? News have I that my Nell is dead in spill of a malady of France, and there my rendezvous is quite cut off. Old I do wax, and from my weary limbs honor is cudgeled. Well, bald I'll turn. And something lean to cut purse of quick hand. To England will I steal, and there I'll steal. And patches will I get unto these cudgeled scars, and swear I got them in Gallia war.
But... Wow. Scene 2. There we go.
And to our brother France and to our sister, health and fair time of day. Joy and good wishes to our most fair and princely cousin, Catherine. And as a branch and member of this royalty by whom this great assembly is contrived, we do salute you, Duke of Burgundy, and princes of French and peers, health to you all. Peace to this meeting, wherefore we are met.
Right joyous are we to behold your face, most worthy brother England. Fairly met. So are you, princes English, every one.
All happy busy is you, brother England, of this good day and of this gracious meeting, as we are now glad to behold your eyes which hitherto have borne in them against the French that met them in their bent the fatal balls of murdering basilisks. The venom of such looks we fairly have lost their quality, and that this day shall change all griefs and quarrels into love.
To cry amen to that, thus we appear.
You English princes all, I do salute you.
My duty to you both, on equal love, great kings of France and England, that I have laboured with all my wits, my pains and strong endeavours, to bring your most imperial majesties unto this bar and royal interview. Your mightiness on both parts best can witness. Since then my office hath so far prevailed that face to face and royal eye to eye you have congregated. Let it not disgrace me if I demand before this royal view what rub or what impediment there is, why that the naked, poor, and mangled piece, dear nurse of arts, plenties, and joyful birds, should not in this best garden of the world, our fertile France, put up her lovely visage? Alas, she hath from France too long been chased, and all her husbandry doth lie on heaps, corrupting in its own fertility. Her vine, the merry cheerer of the heart, unpruned, dies. Her hedges, even bleached like prisoners, wildly overgrown with hair, put forth disordered twigs. Her fallowed leaves, the dark hemlock and rank fumitory, doth root upon all that the coulter rus that should deracinate such savagery, the even mead that earth brought sweetly forth, the freckled cowslip, burnet, and green clover, wanting the scythe, withal uncorrected, rank, conceives by idleness, and nothing teems but hateful docks, rough thistles, kexies, burrs, losing both beauty and utility. And as our vineyards, fallows, meads, and hedges defective in their natures grow to wildness, even so our houses and ourselves and children have lost, or do not learn for want of time, the sciences that should become our country, but grow like savages, as soldiers will that nothing do but meditate on blood, to swearing and stern looks, diffused attire, and everything that seems unnatural, which to reduce into our former favour you are assembled. And my speech entreats that I may know the let why gentle peace should not expel these inconveniences and bless us with her former qualities.
If Duke of Burgundy, you would the peace, whose want gives growth to the imperfections which you have cited, you must buy that peace with full accord to all our just demands, whose tenors and particular effects you have in schedule briefly in your hands.
The king hath heard them, to the which as yet there is no answer made.
Well then, the piece which you before so urged lies in his answer.
I have but with a cursory eye or glance the articles. Please, if your grace, to appoint some of your council presently, to sit with us once more with better heed to resurvey them. We will suddenly pass our accept and peremptory answer.
Brother, we shall. Go, Uncle Exeter, and Brother Clarence, and you, Brother Gloucester, Warwick, Huntingdon. Go with the king, and take with you free power to ratify, augment, or alter as your wisdom's best shall seek advantageable for our dignity, anything in or out of our demands, and will consign thereto. Will you, fair sister, go with the princes, or stay here with us?
Gracious brother, I will go with them. Haply a woman's voice may do some good when articles too nicely urged be stood on.
Yet leave our cousin Catherine here with us. She is our capital demand, comprised within the full rank of our articles.
She has good leave.
fair, Catherine, and most fair. Will you vouchsafe to teach us soldiers terms such as will enter at a lady's ear and plead his love suit to her gentle heart?
Your Majesty shall mock at me. I cannot speak your England.
O fair Catherine, if you will love me soundly with your French heart, I will be gladly to hear you confess it brokenly with your English tongue. Do you like me, Kate?
Pardon-moi, I cannot tell what is, like me?
An angel is like you, Kate, and you are like an angel.
Qu'est-il, qu'ai-je semblage à les anges?
Oui, vraiment. C'est votre grâce ainsi de dire.
I said so, dear Catherine, and I must not blush to affirm it.
Oh, bon Dieu, les languages, les hormones, des trophies.
What says she, fair one? That the tongues of men are full of deceits?
Oui, that the tongues of men is to be full of deceits. That is the princess.
The princess is the better Englishwoman. I faith, Kate, my wooing is fit for thy understanding. I am glad thou canst speak no better English, for if thou couldst, thou wouldst find me such a plain king that thou wouldst think I had sold my farm to buy my crown. I know no ways to mince it in love, but directly to say, I love you. Then, if you urge my father, then to say, do you, in faith? I wear out my suit. Give me your answer, in faith, do, and so clap hands and bargain. How say you, lady?
Ça fait honor, me understand well.
Mary, if you would put me to verses or to dance for your sake, Kate, why you undid me. For the one I have neither words nor measure, and for the other I have no strength in measure, and yet a reasonable measure in strength. If I could win a lady at leapfrog, or by vaulting onto my saddle with my armor on my back under the correction of bragging be it spoken, I should quickly leap into a wife. Or if I might buffet for my love, or bound my horse for her favors, I could lay on like a butcher and sit like a jackanapes, never off. But before God, Kate, I cannot look greenly nor gasp out my eloquence, nor I have no cunning in protestation, only downright oaths, which I never use till urged, nor never breaking for urging. If thou canst love a fellow of this temper, Kate, whose face is not worth sunburning, that never looks in his glass for love of anything he sees there, let thine eye be thy cook. I speak to thee, plain soldier. If thou canst love me for this, take me. If not, to say to thee that I shall die is true. But for thy love, by thy Lord, no, yet I love thee too. And while thou livest, dear Kate, take a fellow of plain and uncoined constancy, because he purpose must do thee right, because he hath not the gift to woo in other places, for these fellows of infinite tongue that can rhyme thyself into ladies' favors, they do always reason themselves out again. What? A speaker is but a prater, a rhyme is but a ballad. A good leg will fall, a straight back will stoop, a black beard will turn white, a curled pate will grow bald, a fair face will wither, a full eye will wax hollow, but a good heart, Kate, is the sun and the moon, or rather the sun and not the moon, for it shines bright and never changes, but keeps its course truly. If thou would have such a one, take me, and take me, take a soldier, take a king. And what sayest thou then to my love? Speak, my fair, and fairly I pray thee.
Is it possible that I should love an enemy of France?
No, it is not possible that you should love an enemy of France, Kate. But in loving me, you should love the friend of France, for I love France so well that I will not part with a village of it. I will have it all mine, and Kate, when France is mine, and I am yours, then yours is France, and you are mine.
I cannot tell what that is.
No, Kate? I will tell thee in French, which I am sure will hang upon my tongue like a new married wife about her husband's neck, hardly to be shook off. Je crois sur les possessions de France, et quand vous avez les possessions de moi. Let me see, what then? Saint Denis be my speed. Donc votre est France, et vous êtes mienne. It isn't easy for me, Kate, to conquer the kingdom as to speak so much more French. I shall never move thee in French unless it is to be to laugh at me.
Sauf on a la France que de parler, es modo que de parler.
No faith is not, Kate, but thy speaking of my tongue as I thine, most truly, falsely, must needs be granted to be much at one. But, Kate, dost thou understand this much English? Canst thou love me?
I cannot tell.
Can any of your neighbors tell, Kate? I'll ask them. Come, I know thou lovest me, and at night when you come into your closet you'll question this gentlewoman about me, and I know, Kate, you will to her dispraise those parts in me that you love with your heart. But good Kate, mock me mercifully, the rather gentle princess, because I love thee cruelly. If ever thou beest mine, Kate, as I have a saving faith within me tells me thou shalt, I get thee with scrambling, and thou must therefore needs prove a good soldier breeder. Shall not thou and I between St. Denis and St. George compound a boy half French, half English, that shall go to Constantinople and take the Turk by the beard? Shall we not? What sayest thou, my fair flower de lus?
I do not know that.
No, 'tis hereafter to know, but now to promise. Do but now promise, Kate, you will endeavour for your French part of such a boy, and for my English moiety take the word of a king and a bachelor. How answer you? La plus belle Catherine de mon très cher et divine désir.
Your Majesty, our false France are not to deceive me. Deceive the most sage demoiselle that in France.
Now fie upon my false French. By mine honour, in true English, I love thee, Kate. By which honour I dare not swear thou lovest me, yet my blood begins to flatter me that thou dost, notwithstanding the poor and untempering effect of my visage. Now, beshrew my father's ambition. He was thinking of civil wars when he got me. Therefore was I created with a stubborn outside, with an aspect of iron that when I come to woo ladies I fright them. But in my faith, Kate, the elder I wax, the better I shall appear. My comfort is that old age, that ill layer up of beauty, can do no more spoil upon my face. Thou hast me, if thou hast me, at the worst, and thou shalt wear me, if thou wear me, better and better. And therefore tell me, most fair Catherine, will you have me? Put off your maiden blushes, avouch the thoughts of your heart, with the looks of an empress, take me by my hand, and say, Harry of England, I am thine. Which word thou shalt no sooner bless mine ear withal, but I will tell thee aloud, England is thine, Ireland is thine, France is thine, and Harry Plantagenet is thine, who, though I speak it before this face, if he be not fellow with the best king, thou shalt find the best king of good fellows. Come, your answer in broken music, for thy voice is music, and thy English broken. Therefore, Queen of all Catherine, break thy mind to me in broken English. Wilt thou have me?
That is how it shall please de Raymond mon père.
Nay, it will please him well, Kate, it shall please him, Kate.
Then it shall also content me.
Upon that I kiss your hand, I call you my queen.
Laissez, monseigneur, laissez. Mon fait, j'en ai votre donc ambassade, von Gondet, et passette. La main de notre seigneur. Inventez, seigneur. Excusez-moi, je ne sais pas l'homme seigneur.
Then I will kiss your lips, Kate.
Nas dames, des demoiselles, porges de lever, noces. Il n'a la consomme de France.
Madam, my interpreter, what says she?
That it is not the fashion for the ladies of France. I cannot tell what is baiser in English.
To kiss.
Your Majesty entendre better que moi.
It is not a fashion for the maids in France to kiss before they are married, would she say?
Oui, vraiment.
Oh, Kate. Nice customs curtsy to great kings. Dear Kate, you and I cannot be confined within the weak list of a country's fashion. We are the makers of manners, Kate, and the liberty that follows our places stops the mouth of all fine faults, as I will do yours for upholding the nice fashion of your country and denying me a kiss. Therefore, patiently and yielding. You have witchcraft in your lips, Kate. There is more eloquence in a sugar touch of them than in the tongues of the French council, and they should sooner persuade Harry of England than a general petition of monarchs. Here comes your father.
God save your majesty. My royal cousin, teach you a princess English?
I would have her learn, my fair cousin, how perfectly I love her, and that is good English.
Is she not apt?
Our tongue is rough, cuz, and my condition is not smooth, so that, having neither the voice nor the heart of flattery around me, I cannot so conjure up the spirit of love in her that he will appear in his true likeness.
Pardon the frankness of my mirth if I answer you for that. If you would conjure in her, you must make a circle. If conjure up love in her is in his true likeness, he must appear naked and blind. Can you blame her then, being a maid yet rosed over with the virgin crimson of modesty, if she deny the appearance of a naked blind boy in her naked seeing self? It were, my lord, a hard condition for a maid to consign to.
Yet they do wink and yield, as love is blind and enforces.
They are then excused, my lord, when they see not what they do.
Then good, my lord. Teach your cousin to consent to winking.
I will wink on her to consent, my lord, if you will teach her to know my meaning. For maids well summered and warm kept are like flies at Bartholomewtide, blind, though they have their eyes, and then they will endure handling, which before would not abide looking on.
This moral ties me over to time in a hot summer, and so I shall catch the fly, your cousin, in the latter end, and she must be blind too.
As love is, my lord, before it loves.
It is so, and you may, some of you, thank love for my blindness, who cannot see many a fair French city for one fair French maid that stands in my way.
Yes, my lord, you see them prospectively. The city is turned into a maid, for they are all girdled with maiden walls that war hath never entered.
Shall Kate be my wife?
So please you.
I am content. So the maiden cities you talk of may wait on her. So the maid that stood in the way for my wish shall show me the way to my will.
We have consented to all terms of reason.
Is it so, my lords of England?
The king hath granted every article, his daughter first, and in sequel all, according to their firm proposed natures.
Only he hath not yet subscribed this, where your majesty demands that the king of France, having any occasion to write for matter of grant, shall name your highness in this form and with this addition in French, Notre très cher fils Henri, roi d'Angleterre, héritier de France, and thus in Latin, Ple clarissimus, filius noster Henricus, Rex Anglia et eris Franciae.
Nor this have I not, brother, so denied, but your request shall make me let it pass.
I pray you then, in love and dear alliance, let that one article rank with the rest, and thereupon give me your daughter.
Take her, fair son, from her blood raise up issue to me, that the contending kingdoms of France and England, whose very shores look pale with envy of each other's happiness, may cease their hatred. And this dear conjunction plant neighborhood and Christian-like accord in their sweet bosoms, that never war advanced his bleeding sword twixt England and fair France.
Amen.
Now welcome, Kate, and bear me witness all that there here. I kiss her as my sovereign queen.
God, the best maker of all marriages, combine your arts in one, your realms in one. As man and wife being two are one in love, so be there twixt your kingdoms such a spousal that never may ill office or fell jealousy, which troubles oft the bed of blessed marriage, thrust in between the paction of these kingdoms to make divorce of their incorporate league, that English may as French, French Englishmen receive each other. God speak this. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Prepare we for our marriage, on which day my lord of Burgundy will take your oath and all the peers for surety of our leagues. Then shall I swear to Kate and you to me, and may our oaths well kept and prosperous be.
Thus far, with rough and all unabled pen, our bending author has pursued the story. In little room confining mighty men mangling by starts the full course of their glory. Small time, but in that small most greatly lived the Star of England. Fortune made his sword, by which the world's best garden he achieved, and then left his son imperial lord. Henry VI, an infant band, crowned king of France and England, did this king succeed, whose state so many had the managing, they lost France and made his England bleed, which oft our stage hath shown. And for their sake, in your fair minds, let this acceptance take.
Woot. Oh my goodness, like all the swoon-worthy everything happening up in that last scene.
Just
I got to marry Allie.
Yeah, you did.
So we all know who's the real winner of this show.
Hello, waifu.
It ends with a wedding.
That means it's a comedy, no matter how many people die.
Yep, that means it's a comedy. Right? It's technically a comedy, no matter what happened elsewhere.
There was disguise.
There was a wedding at the end. There was
disguise.
Disguise,
mistaken identity.
Yep.
A couple of those, yep.
Trickery.
Lost in translation.
There was lots of lost in translation.
There was a lot of lost in translation for the cast.
Oh yeah.
There was a lot lost in translation in the chat too.
Oh no, I think the chat knew exactly what was going on, at least in their heads.
Oh, we know.
I ride a
what
horse,
about.
you ride a horse, I wear bareback, I use a saddle. That's what they were fighting about.
Oh yeah.
The free square of today's bingo card was Thirst Trap.
Yep.
Yes.
There we go.
Something I said.
I'm also sorry for that reaction near the end there, but like I said, just that was one thing that my French teacher taught me. You have to be very careful removing the articles from French verbs because un baiser is one of the many, many ways to say a kiss in French. You don't remove un though, because baiser, that doesn't mean to kiss. It means to
She doesn't say baiser. I mean, she doesn't say
there was baiser in the French there.
She says baiser, but she doesn't say un. She
Do you think I meant it on purpose or not?
I'm just saying that the translation was to kiss, but what she was asking for, she wasn't asking to be kissed.
I know what I was asking for. I mean, I did not know what I was asking for, but now I know what I'm asking for.
April, that's because you're a French piece of it.
Oh, there it went.
Lips of witchcraft.
I know what she was asking for. That plus the translation was just like right back to a French lesson. It's just.
I was
All
fairly
right.
sure Catherine knew exactly what she was asking for.
Okay, and I got the request. You have witchcraft in your lips. Be another shirt.
Of course.
It was.
I mean,
It shall be done.
All right. That
What about
being
leak
said,
in the
should we go
pocket?
ahead
Can we do that?
I don't know if I can get away with that one.
Yeah, guys,
put a
it
leak
is.
on
I
the
got a
chat.
pocket full of
All right,
pockets.
I
guys,
think
come on.
Finn's trying to get our attention.
Yep.
Those babs.
Guys, that show was enrapturing, and we all lost track of time completely. But we're actually a little later than we tend to be on these guys. So let us head to our outro tonight. But as we do, and before we do, we would like all the audience to know where to find our lovely performers and what they are up to about the interwebs. So let us start off with Ellie. Please tell us where we could find you again.
Hi, I'm Ellie. I have been your King Henry. This has been a dream role of mine, so yay! You can find me on Twitter at Ellie_A_Collins, and you can find me every Tuesday on Twitch with a Vampire the Masquerade V5 campaign called ATL by Night. So just twitch.tv/ATL by Night. Thank you.
Lovely. Armand Mantle Ferox.
Hello, everyone. I am Mantle. I'm marine biologist first, gamer second. I do, of course, enjoy acting, cosplay, and scuba diving. You can find me on twitch.tv/MantleFerox. I will put that link in the chat there. That also does connect to my Twitter and other pages. I stream about 3 times a week. I love all sorts of adventure games and enjoy all that. And Sled thank you so much for that shout out. So thank you, everyone, for allowing this francophone to have an amazing time.
It was our pleasure.
Yes.
Our Flulon, random bystander.
Hello there. I'm Random Bystander here, and I'm a random bystander who's here. You can find me on twitch.tv/random bystander here. I stream a lot of games, including Nintendo games. Metopia is one of them where I do funny voices. You can also find me on Twitter. You can find me on YouTube. You can find me on TikTok. You can find my Instagram. You can find me everywhere. And yeah, thank you. It was so much fun. There may be tweaks. There may not be. Oh, wait, is that the word? Leaks. I said tweaks.
Yeah, there was a lot of leak eating and leak shaming that happened right there. Woof.
Yep.
I think Pistol needed aftercare after the leak scene. Anyways, on to the constable who's responsible. The constable who's responsible, ye old dragon.
Greetings, my friends and fiends. As always, kick-ass job by this cast tonight. Always, you can find me on the Twitter sphere at Draconic Verses, and you can also follow D&D Surprise Party minus the U on Twitter. And of course, D&D Surprise Party is where you can find me dungeon mastering a couple of these wonderful people every Wednesday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Chaotic Tiefling ATL. And if you hit that little exclamation mark forsooth in the chat, well, then that will take you to my TeePublic shop, and there is still time to get some great prices in, up to 35% off until 3 a.m. Eastern Time tonight. Shakespeare gear, D&D gear, D&D Surprise Party gear, and I thank you very much. And once more, happy Pride.
Yay. Indeed, indeed. Very appropriate with all the gay and bi panic that we have experienced tonight. Everyone's favorite Midwestern mime, Melodic.
Hi, I'm Melodic Blue. I am, shockingly, a family-friendly streamer normally. You can find me here on Twitch at Melodic Blue. I'm also I have to do the voice too much. I'm also on TikTok and on Twitter, don't you know? I'm also on Instagram, but it's melodic_blue there. But yeah, I do a variety of things and play a variety of games. And sometimes I also have these wonderful people on my channel with me. So, yeah.
Wunderbar. Next up we have the artist formerly called Origami, now going by Alyssa.
Hi, everybody. I'm Alyssa, teller of Shawl Tales. And you can find me on Twitter at Shawl Tales. And on Wednesday nights, playing Scum and Villainy on twitch.tv/otherdoc at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Fantastic. And our wonderful friendly neighborhood Gleam Demon.
Hello, my dears. The neighborhood may have changed, but the games are still the same. All of my times are changing from Central Standard to Pacific. Mondays are now changing from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock for Warframe. Otherwise, I'm still 10 to 2 for all those RPG games that you love here on Twitch at Gleam Demon. You can also find me on Instagram, Twitter, and starting to be on TikTok, which is horrifically scary.
Yeah, it's a
TikTok
whole.
is hard.
That's a whole nother game.
It really is.
All right, and then our lovely Celine.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I'm doing mod things over there. Hi, I'm Celine. You can find me on Twitch at Celine. You can also find me on Twitter at Celine. You will find me Wednesday nights right here for D&D Surprise Party. And you will find me in the chat tomorrow morning for Utharian Legends.
And making the beautiful maps for Utharian Legends.
Oh, yeah, I do that too.
Making maps happen.
Yes.
On to Sarah. Sarah Be Strange.
Hi, y'all. It's Sarah B. Strange here. So right now, I'm not doing anything in particular. I've got a short playtest campaign coming up at the end of the month, and I will be posting details about that on Twitter at Sarah B. Strange. And hey, if you want me to float on over to your corner of the internet, you want another player for a game of any kind of tabletop, let me know. I would love to join some more campaigns.
Yes. And last but certainly not least, our own April Raygun.
Bonjour! Hi, I'm April. I play Catherine. You can find me all over the internet at April Raygun. We're actually on hiatus right now. Normally you can find me over at Slady's ATL, but make sure to follow me at April Raygun or Slady's ATL because we have a lot of really cool charity games going to happen in July. And there's a couple people in this room that you might be seeing where I'm going to DM for them and I'm going to put them through amazing chaos. So make sure to follow me. Or Chaotic Tiefling.
Did I mention how much I love you, April?
Oh, did I mention, Finn, that this is the chance that I get to enact all the revenge I've ever wanted to enact upon to you?
Okay, I need to be part of this now.
I built up too much shenanigans and tomfoolery.
It's wonderful to be the
Wait,
queen.
Isn't that your MO?
Insta regret. Well, okay, yes. Okay, there's a teaser enough for you guys. But all things said and all things done, we are very happy you joined us tonight for our reading of Henry V. So please tell others about our show, what streams may come, right here on Chaotic Tiefling ATL. Our new schedule is a once-a-month show. So we ask you to please join us July 24th, 7 p.m. Eastern Central Time, as we, on Chaotic Tiefling, set up for you a performance of Hamlet, which, as such a massive show it is, we will be doing things a little bit differently and splitting Hamlet into 2 parts.
And all the chaos that goes with that.
Like at the end of the play, like he just gets split in half.
I was thinking the skull and the rest of the body.
Like split in half.
Yeah.
Okay.
Will we be doing it faster?
Rosencrantz gets one half, Guildenstern gets the other.
There we go. I'll go ahead
They're
and
like a
reveal
Danish.
a little bit of our plan. We will still be random casting Hamlet as we do all of our shows, but since we are splitting this massive play into 2 different streams, we will be putting July's and August's streams as close together as we can, only 2 weeks apart, performing part 1, July 24th, and part 2, August, was it 7?
August 7th.
It was
which is
7.
our 1-year stream.
It will be our 1-year stream anniversary
Day
of
before
what
my
streams may
birthday.
come.
So the question is, are we going to have the same cast for both shows?
I highly doubt it.
Don't think so.
Or are we going to
We're
give
gonna-
everyone the chance?
We're going to reshuffle, baby. We're just going to reshuffle and upset the apple cart. So you're going to have one Hamlet for part 1 and a whole different Hamlet for part 2.
Wow, what character development?
It's going to be...
Fooling Hamlets.
We're gonna boot the chaos so
New
damn
Hamlet.
hard.
It's going to be beautiful, you guys. It's going to be beautiful.
So, but if you guys find yourself in need of a Shakespeare fix, in our absence. All of our previous episodes are uploaded onto YouTube under Chaotic Tiefling ATL. And if you want to catch more of Finn and me, we can be found right here tomorrow morning and every other Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern Time with the Sunday Brunch Club, playing our characters on Utharian Legends. And tomorrow we have a special guest, Dustin Fletcher, DM of D4, will be joining us, so you do not want to miss it.
That's my hubby.
It
is. Also,
I'm so excited about the shenanigans tomorrow morning for real.
That really should just be his introduction tomorrow is Babs's husband.
Yeah.
Yes, there you go. He has to be introduced as
Hey,
Babs'
this is
husband.
this is Mr. the Bat.
Mr.
the
Okay, he would love
Mr.
that.
Ashley Fletcher.
They're never going to live that down.
Mr. the Bat.
Yeah, we're
There we
excited
go.
and terrified.
Make it so.
Also, as April kind of mentioned, Sladies is doing a slew of charity streams all through July on Fridays. We get to be one of those. We claimed the July 30th slot. You may see a familiar Babs, possibly a familiar Finn, and maybe some other people.
Well, there was going to be a Finn. Now Finn's afraid and is going to back out as fast as possible.
But Sladies is putting that on. And I will just go ahead and say, we might have a super special announcement for you guys that night. And you're just gonna have to tune in and find out,
There you go.
because things have been happening and planning, and we can't wait to tell it to you. But
I have
to tell you on the 30th. So
I have a strange feeling that Sladies is also going to have an announcement that day. I don't know why.
I don't know.
Dual announcements?
I don't know. It could be that Sladies is coming back from hiatus. I don't know what y'all got planned. It could be that Nikki had a baby. We don't know.
I mean, it's going to be that Nikki had a baby. It's going to be to show off the potato. We all know what it's going to be.
It is.
Oh, there's a cooking up or something.
Sure, so tiny human.
By gar.
By gar.
But please, everyone, remember, no matter what streams you are watching, please toss us up to your Twitchers and show some love to Babs the Bat for producing this show. We cannot overstate our debt to Babs and her expertise, bringing all of this Shakes goodness to you.
Thank you for the level 5 hype train.
Oh yes, we are always thankful for as a developing production company. We are so happy that you guys are all along for the ride in our early stages. If you would like to connect with any of us, please give us a follow on Twitter at Bloodhaven Bard is where you can find me, and at Jessica Skell is where you can find Jess, and at Real Babs the Bat is where you can find the lovely Babs.
Until the next show, be good to yourself and be good to each other. We will all get through this and under our stage lights once more.
Now give us your hands if we be friends.
We love you.
We'll miss you.
Till it's showtime again.